Alright, you know what, chat? Usually, I'm a couple of minutes late, so I feel like nothing bad's gonna happen if today we go a couple of minutes early. Well, 1 minute in this case, but still, it counts, okay? It counts. Bear with me a sec, because my desk is a fucking shit show. It's rough out here in Chris HQ. If you see any weird VTuber movements, there's a reason for that, I promise. Alright, there we are. Hi, and hello.
Hands.
Hi Lou, how you doing, love? Alright, the big reveal will wait for a little bit later, not to bust your balls, but that's because the person that I will be talking to today, who's calling in, is already waiting, so I figured, just to get my voice warmed up, I'm going to cover Asmongold being an absolute little bitch, which is going to be like a 3-minute segment. Then we're going to do the debate, and then we're going to do the, you know, the big reveal. And then we're going to cover Beans on Wix, I think, or Clavicular interviewing, or being interviewed by one of the dipshit brothers. I can never remember which one's which. This is the one that went to Japan and sort of poked around the suicide forest. It's one of the two, you know? It's, this is the less smarmy one, though, I think. The other one's a proper cunt. Not that this one's good, it's just less of a bitch, I suppose. But first of all, Asmongold, okay? I said a 3-minute segment, and 3-minute segment it will be, because it's it made me laugh. Okay, so I'm not showing you Asmongold's You Better Watch Beans panel appearance tomorrow. Is Beans going to be debating tomorrow as well? Beans is doing a lot of debates lately. Is she making up for the wolf fiasco, or what's going on? Good to see it, though. Good to see it. So I'm not showing you Asmongold's full tweet on purpose, because I will in just a moment. Whoith quote tweets. Oh, if I don't watch it today. Okay, yeah, if I don't watch it today, I'll watch it tomorrow. Don't worry about that. So Whoith, if you guys don't know her, I've raided into her a few times. She is a VTuber as well, and she's a trans woman, which is not relevant in this case specifically, but just so that you can get a decent idea of what kind of comments she has to be putting up with whenever she sort of starts battling Asmongold. So she quote tweets Asmon saying, hopefully once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best, being alone in your disgusting home where you got your mother killed due to neglect. Which is a rough tweet, okay? This is one of those ones where it's reasonably, you know, you can reasonably interpret it as aggressive. It's a bit of a punching one. And somebody comments saying, I blocked his misogynistic, incel-pandering ass years ago. Feel ashamed for even watching him before. This disgusting piece of shit will never change. His flying monkeys defending him can go fuck themselves too. They are the same as him. I don't give a fuck. Somebody else quote tweets saying, not quote tweet, sorry, response saying, how does it feel knowing you willingly helped him, give him a platform and got him to where he is today? I don't know how somebody with 112 followers has given him a platform to help him get to where he is today. I can kind of maybe understand what they're getting at. But in either case, Whoith quote tweets this person saying, as someone who used to watch Asmongold with my wife daily, he was our comfy WoW streamer who was funny and entertaining and never noticed the signs until it was too late. It blows. I hate that he used to be my favorite streamer, knowing he would laugh if I got killed now. It blows. So Asmongold's back on the offensive, and Asmongold's saying, you viciously attack people with the most personal insults you can imagine, that then play for sympathy, imagining that I'd laugh if you died. Childlike subversive manipulation. Embarrassing, really. Our favourite freakazoid Nazi is in here, saying, you know, the quotes, the still from Freerun saying, for them words and means of deceiving humans. And the thing about this, hey Sasa, how you doing, love? The reason why I'm showing you all of this, other than this being like just, you know, a little bit of petty Twitter drama, which is always fun to cover, is because when Whoith went personal, the full tweet that she was responding to is this one. Too many fake jobs were invented to create artificial parity between men and women in the workforce. Jesus. AI fixes this problem. Hopefully after this is over, women can go back to doing what they do best, being a mother or being a prostitute. So this is the full, you know, this is the full thing that she's quoting. This is why she's going in on him neglecting his mother. And then Asmongold being an absolute little bitch like clips her tweet just to, you know, make it clear what he's responding to. But he doesn't put his response in here, does he? And he's just such a fucking coward. And people have been dunking on him for this, understandably and deservedly, because he is an absolute smarmy little cunt. But it's just, hey, Yotin, how you doing, love? It's just, you have to be such a little bitch. Such a little bitch. Do you know what do you know what this has the energy of? This has the same energy as when Nick Fuentes said, "Your body, my choice forever," and then got really fucking offended when some fucking 50-year-old white woman showed up at his door, knocking on his door, asking him like, what the fuck is wrong with him? And he was like, suddenly he was just not having that anymore, you know? He's just strictly off limit. It's only acceptable when he does the bad, but when you do the bad, no, very bad. Very illegal, actually. But yeah, fucking bum-ass Asmongold. He's just such a pathetic wankstain. There's something else I want to show you, actually. Hold on. And then we're doing the Callin. This is fucking beautiful. We need more of this in the world. There is something about there's something about a deep southerner in like all fucking red with stripes and everything, then just spitting absolute woke fucking gem. Showing up at people's houses to argue is unhinged. It is. However, right, on the flip side, I feel like this might be a little bit out there, okay? At a baseline, I don't think you should be going to anyone's house. If you were a chick at that time frame of Donald Trump getting elected, people talking about repealing the 17th, people obviously going hard in on abortion, and a fucking known, well-established neo-Nazi with political intention talks about how your body is his choice. Now look, you're still a fucking idiot for showing up at his house. Do I understand though? Kinda. I wanted to play this for you. It's only 1 minute long, and then we can talk to the person calling in.
When they want to do something to hurt black people, the wheels of government turn fast, son.
Oh, yeah.
This just happened. And they're like, oh, I can fit this in. Let's go.
Let's do it right now.
I'll reschedule I'll move some things around.
Yeah. Rural hospital closures, Ohio State, Tennessee. We got you. Every other state beat. We'll deal with that later. But right now we got to make sure black people can't vote.
No. Progress takes time.
Oh, yeah.
Justice, it takes a little,
sure.
It takes decades.
You know how hard it is to get anything done through Congress? It takes years and years for a bill to go from here to there. I mean, I've watched all the cartoons. I know how hard it is, yeah.
Small steps forward. But man, when they want to roll stuff back, they're taking like jumping frog leaps.
Yep.
Frog leaps.
Frog leaps. I need to cut the end of that, the frog leaps, and I need to have that added to my soundboard. What an absolutely fucking priceless 1 minute clip. It's just, I've randomly bumped into this on Twitter, and I've subscribed to their channel. The channel's called Travis and Jonathan. And I haven't checked the channel out though, so I don't know if this was like a one-off or what it is. I haven't familiarized myself with the depth of their content, but I saw this and I just thought whatever this energy is, I just desperately want more of. I desperately want more of that in the world. Hey Guru, how you doing? Okay, I feel like with this we can move on to the Callin and the conversation that we're going to be having. So this is to do with Destiny and Pixie and the... I don't know to what extent this is going to be about the court case itself. Because that is going to involve a fuck ton of screenshots that I don't think either party has prepared here. So we'll see how that goes. But it's generally speaking to do with my abandonment of the DGG, if you will. So yeah, without any further ado, I will drag Prussian into the streaming voice. And we will do a quick 1-2 voice check. And then we should be fine to get going, hopefully. Hopefully it works just fine and you can hear him clearly. Because sometimes it's all fuck you on my end. Hi.
Hiya, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Let me double check if that's the same.
It's good to speak with you. We haven't spoken in a while. I think We've only messaged each other since that Wick panel about U.S. Empire. So
I think
good
so.
to hear
Yeah,
your
yeah,
voice
yeah.
again.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah. So I don't know if just to sort of preface everything that we've been sort of going back and forth on this topic with you intermittently since basically the beginning of the lawsuit. I think we've been I've been
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least messaging you whenever I felt like because in the beginning you did have a far stronger hand, I thought, but every time something new comes out, I usually shoot you a message like, "Hey, are you ready to sign that Destiny apology form?" So
Yeah, yeah, and the reason why I figured it might be more productive for us to have this conversation rather than just type it in text is because every time something new comes out, it doesn't change the actual issue, which is that Destiny's sharing nudes without people's consent. So I figured if we talk about it rather than type about it, it might be more productive. Before we jump into it though, do you want to like link your socials or anything like that in chat, or are you happy to just dive straight into
no,
it?
I'm
Do you want to like
fine.
introduce
No, I'm
yourself or
fine.
anything
I
like
used
that?
to be. No, I'm quite fine. I was far more vocal and more engaged with all of the streaming community a few years back. So some of you might know me as Prussian or DGG Hottest. Some of you might know me if you play strategy games from Tommy K streams. But now I'm just sort of going through law school. I might jump in during the summer. So at that point, maybe I'll start streaming. But until then, I just sort of lurk and chat with everyone in Wix Discord and Destiny's Discord and Lactoid's Discord. So some of you might know me, some of you may not. So yeah, just basically low key for now.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, so we started off today by you asking if I'm ready to sign the Destiny apology letter, right?
Form.
Yeah, the form, the
apology
letter,
form,
yeah.
man.
Just if I'm ready to basically admit that Destiny's done nothing wrong, I think is the bottom line of that. Is that about accurate?
It's a strong statement, but for the sake of having a bit of fun, I'll stand by it. Yeah, I think Destiny's done nothing wrong.
Yeah, I obviously you sort of, there are two angles to this. I will maybe outline like my less shitposty view just so that my position on this is as clear as possible as we go into it. There are two angles that you've got to this. You've sort of got the lawsuit itself, which is what Pixie wants to get out of it, why she wants to get that thing out of it, and what's led to it. And then you've got the actual thing that Destiny has done, which I believe he's done several times now. It's a pattern of behavior, and sort of what I think about Destiny because of what he's done, right? Which is that he at the far end deserves to be on the sex offender registry, and at the very casual end, I think any woman who ever interacts with him should be aware of the fact that if things turn sexual, which they have a tendency to with Destiny because he's an absolute gooner, there is a decent chance that he's gonna spread your sex tapes, if you've got any that you've made with him, or your nudes around without your consent.
That is an incredibly strong take from you. I didn't recall your take being that strong. Now you reminded me that you wanted him on the sex offender registry, and I think that is ridiculous. We can start with any of the examples you mentioned previously, but I believe at the worst is that you can incline that he might be less than conscious of just how private somebody might be, but even that is stretching it, because I don't think up until this point we've shown a single example of him truly sharing anyone's nudes without consent. So we can start at whichever example you might bring up, and we can try and chat about it.
Yeah, so when you said that he is less than conscious of how private someone is, I think that even in like the most charitable light, you can maybe apply that to Pixie, because that is still an ongoing case. So if you want to argue that until like all of the court proceedings are over and done with, then we don't know how really what happened behind the scenes. But the other two cases, which is the first one is from many years ago in a Skype group chat, he received a nude from a girl, not in a Skype group chat, he received it elsewhere, and then he shared it in a Skype group chat with others to ridicule what the girl looked like. That he explicitly admitted that was done without her consent. It was like a stupid thing of him to do. It was there to bully her, and he shouldn't have done that. And the second time, which is again where he explicitly admitted that he shouldn't have done that, and he was aware of the fact that he shouldn't have done that, he just justifies it that it was also done to him, so it's fair game, is with Melina. In the relationship, they had a rule that they can share one another's tapes with other people if they've agreed to that being done. So like on a case-by-case basis, right? You ask me if I can share it with Chris, and then, Melina says yes or no. He asks if he can share it with Prussian. Melina says yes or no. She says yes to me. She says no to you, or vice versa. He can share it with one, can't share it with the other. They both, according to Destiny, and he's very explicitly open about this, have shared each other's sex tapes without the consent of the person whose sex tape it was. So we've got two cases where he knows he shouldn't do this, and it is against that person's consent. And then you've got the third case, which is Pixie, which is currently being discussed in court.
So, beginning with the first girl, and again, let's preface this that this happened 14 to 15 years ago. So, on Skype. So let's preface it with the fact that you start with this narrative that this is someone who has a pattern of behavior, and yet we're reaching for 1/3 of the examples you provided 15 years back. So that is already insane, in my opinion. But then secondly, you sort of painted the situation that like, oh, this is somebody who was looking to bully somebody, or somebody who was looking to belittle or be derogatory towards somebody. I have a vague recollection of this event because I've been in the DGG community before it was called really DGG. I was watching Steven back in StarCraft 2 days. My recollection of the event is that I don't know how you bully somebody in a 3-person conversation where the bullied person is not party to this conversation. So this was 3 dudes talking shit. Destiny was saying, oh, she's a butterface, something along those lines. She's got a great body, but not a great face. And you might say, it's unfortunate or it's bad that he showed pictures he had of her that she sent to him. But again, we're talking about, you're implying that he 100% didn't have consent to share with anybody. And I guess you could interpret it in that way, but we don't really know, because my understanding is that one of these people, because she's somehow the blue tea lady, if I recall correctly, and I did find a Reddit message from way back that sort of summarized the situation. But my understanding is that blue tea lady then did some weird stuff after that in response, but her biggest grief was that she thought they were having a relationship, and he was basically describing how fun it was having sex with her, but she didn't have a face pretty enough to have a prolonged relationship. So my understanding is that there could be multiple things, but to say that this 15-year-old example definitely proves, and again, we can talk about different cultural norms. We can talk about different cultural standards in regarding to sharing nudes, and we can talk about all these things. But in reality, this is one of the reasons why we usually don't discuss things that are so old. Is that like at best we can guess at this point, but like I don't know what the arrangement was between these two people. She clearly was somebody very close to Steven, because she had some sort of access to his Twitch account at the time. And my point is that like we can at best guess what happened here. I'm guessing he apologized for it because it didn't cost him much, but I don't believe this could be used to paint some sort of a narrative about him, and I just don't agree with your characterization that this is somebody who's like, who's actively sharing news. This was 3 dudes in private talking shit, and he had like, I guess he showed them some of the pictures he had of her, and but this is not like sharing nudes. This was really just describing basically shit talk with pictures.
I mean, it was absolutely sharing nudes. He sent that nude of hers in that group chat. But there's a few things that you've said there that I will just try and address as like directly as I can, just so that we can cut straight to it. So when you say that it was 15 years ago, so it was like too long ago, and maybe Destiny's apologized, maybe not. It was a complicated situation because if I remember correctly, Blue T shared his nudes afterwards. The latter part of that doesn't matter at all. If she shared his nudes in retaliation and she's got a history of this behavior, then put her on the sex offender registry as well. I'm not bothered about that fact. My bottom line is that you've got a pattern of behavior, which you say doesn't really count because it was 15 years ago, but you've got 15 years ago, which is Blue Tea, you've got 5 years ago-ish, which is Melina, and you've got 2 years ago, which is Pixie. 2 of the 3 he's admitted that he's done without consent. It doesn't matter that it was in a private group chat because it leaked. It wasn't private anymore at that point. And he was absolutely body shaming the fuck out of her, if I remember correctly. And so it is a pattern of behavior. It's 3 separate times at 3 separate stages of his life, right? The 15 years ago one, he can try and excuse and say that, look, he was different back then, he was stupid, he was young, he made a mistake. But then he did it again 5 years ago, and he did it again 2 years ago with Pixie. So what I'm proposing is that whatever changes are happening with him, that part of his character is very consistent in that he keeps doing this to women over his entire career, essentially. Now, there are 3 that we know of. I'm not going to say that there might be many more that we don't know of, because obviously we might as well just stick to the 3 that we know for a fact have happened, with one being disputed as to whether that was or wasn't consensual, which I say wasn't consensual at all. But none of the rest of what you were saying with cultural norms or standards, that doesn't apply. All of this is Western. All of this is very much in our sort of culture and in our standards. So I don't think that counts at all. And I think there was another thing that you said, that he apologized for it. I don't remember if he apologized for what he did to Blue Tea, but if he would have done nothing wrong, if he wouldn't have done that bad thing, then what would he be apologizing for? And to just follow up on that specifically, or rather on this pattern of behavior, because you say that it's preposterous to propose that he should be put on a sex offender registry. In your opinion, how many times can you share the nudes of other people without their permission until that's like acceptable punishment is for you to be on the sex offender registry?
I mean, this question is sort of bad faith. How many people can you kill before you're put in jail? I mean, that answer depends. If you're a soldier fighting in Ukraine, that number could be infinite, and you shouldn't be put in jail.
No,
if you're
that's
defending
why.
your country.
But that's why we differentiate between kill and murder. Between when there is a war,
I
when
mean,
there isn't a war, we have different technical terms for this. In this case, these aren't different concepts. These aren't different topics. This is all the act of taking someone's nudes and sharing them with other people without the permission of that person who is shown in those nudes. So how many times can you do that until you're put on sex offender registry?
I mean, again, this is a very bad faith question in my opinion, because you're lumping all these 3 instances into a sort of pattern. Again, the first instance happened so long ago, the details are so vague that, and we have no evidence that like she didn't want this shared with anybody. We didn't have evidence that her main gripe was sharing the nudes and not something else. Again, one of the reasons why we especially in legal contexts like putting somebody on a sex offender registry, we have things like statutes of limitations. So the problem is that, like, again, we're talking about a very old example that like is semi-documented, but even at this point it's so old that like it's impossible to prove. Secondly, you yourself admit that like if Melina and Steven are both sharing nudes without consent, that's implied consent. Like, then they consent to this happening. No, that's not what I said.
Yes. That's a very different thing to what I said.
This is what it is. Again, if they both agree on something, then they both break this agreement. Again, I don't know if you have a pattern of written down who exactly shared what with whom, and these are, again, private details, but to impeach someone's character, that they act in the very same way towards the person that's acting towards them, that's an awful way to try and impeach someone's character, and definitely not a reason to put somebody on the sex register. If they're both sharing nudes with outside people without asking each other, then there's implied consent or an implied agreement, or there might have been a fight at some point.
They've already said that there isn't, though, right? We know for a fact that there wasn't an implied agreement because they kept fighting over this time and time again. And Destiny himself has very clearly stated that this was a problem in their relationship, one of many problems that led to them ultimately splitting up, although that's a whole fucking can of worms. But there is no...
But
the
again,
notion that we're both doing something doesn't imply that there is a mutually agreed upon implied consent. If we're in a relationship, you and I, and you hit me and I hit you back and our relationship becomes physically abusive, that doesn't mean to external parties that we have an implied consent on battering the fuck out of each other.
I mean, but if we both batter each other, we don't report it, we just fight about battering each other, but we continue our relationship, then at some point, like, we just basically, through our actions, we consent to the fact that this is a mutually abusive relationship that for some reason we both want to continue. Like, this is, at the end of the day, like, if it's a mutually occurring action, we can't just say that
Hello,
like
Chris, I
any or
made
both of these people
$5
need to be
trading
put on
yesterday.
the
This
sex
is your dividend.
offender registry solely based on the fact that they act in a way towards each other and then continue this that doesn't break their relationship apart. Neither of them have filed claims. Neither of them sought recourse.
Well, hold on. There's so many things in what you just said that make absolutely no sense to me. For starters, people staying in abusive relationships is incredibly common, which if you watch Destiny, you know, because he's spoken about this a fuck ton of times, because it's an incredibly mind-fucking experience where people still believe in the good of the relationship rather than wanting to escape the bad. It's a very, like, brain-wise, it does things to you that are incredibly hard to simply just say, well, you know, they must be consenting to it because otherwise they would leave. That's not how, well, yeah, mutual abusive relationship is that's a misnomer, but you know what I mean. I'm just trying to be colloquial. Just the fact that somehow implies that both parties agree to it is incorrect. And even if for whatever reason we wanted to agree that it is correct, Melina and Steven aren't together anymore. They broke up and this was an issue in their relationship. So the idea that because they were doing it to one another and they didn't break up, then there must have been some level of consent seems not really to follow up, because they did break up. And they, both Destiny and Melina, were very, very clear about the fact that they were sharing nudes without consent, and it was a bad thing to do because it was a violation of the boundary that they've set up. Which I will also follow up on what you said earlier, that this is an awful way to impeach Destiny's character. This would be awful if I was being somewhat hypocritical and said that, like, well, Destiny deserves to be on the sex offender registry, but none of the other people do. If they're sharing nudes of third parties without consent, put them all on sex offender registry. That's not even remotely a point of contention here. What I'm talking about is that there is a pattern of behavior with at least 3 people that we know of now.
So again, we have a pattern that has 3 supposed examples through what?
2 of which were admitted to. Well, one of them was 15 years ago, one of them was 5 years ago, one of them was 2 years ago, right? The one that was 2 years ago is being contested, but the other 2...
I'm not sure, first of all, I'm not sure as to how, like, if it's fair to say that people crossing each other's boundaries in a relationship should then lead to them both put on a sex offender registry.
Why not?
That's because we're imposing our morality and then we're using the legal system.
It's our legal system, right? If people in relationships do something illegal, they can be punished for doing something illegal. It just depends on what that illegal thing is. If you wanted to make an argument, for example, that we're imposing our morality on them, then I would say it's a very good thing that you are living in the West, I am living in the West, Destiny's living in the West, Melina, Pixie, and Bluetee are living in the West. We seem to be working from a very similar framework. So the notion that I'm imposing my morality on somebody, like, yeah, and I'll keep doing it. That's what this is. Yeah, we're imposing our morality on these people.
But I'm not specifically talking about some Western values or Western. We're talking about, you and I probably prefer monogamous relationships. I don't know about you. I have never filmed anything of sexual nature. I'm talking about imposing that sort of morality, that sort of relationship culture upon these people, where, like, I'm not privy to their internal communications. I'm not privy as to how much of a quote unquote fight this was. We're not privy to all these details. We're privy to small tidbits of a relationship where people comment on each other and say that we fought about sharing each other's nudes, that could be a gross mischaracterization, and yet you're using this to paint one person into basically a predator, which is just neither fair, nor is it like proportional, nor is it just, nor does it make any sense when, again, we're talking about small tidbits of a relationship, most of which we don't have information of. And it is completely different sort of a pattern from the initial blue tea example, because the blue tea example was not him crossing some sort of a boundary blue tea that they set up. This was him making an ass of himself by talking shit about a girl he was hooking up with two of his dudes, and those dudes, unfortunately for him, showed just how much of an asshole he was at the time. You can say you don't like what he said about her, which I think is far worse.
Hold on. He shared a nude of hers in that Skype group chat. This isn't just him saying, hey, yo, I'm hooking up with this chick who's got a cool body, but she's got a butterface. He shared a nude image that she sent him in that group chat to those dudes.
I mean, sure he did, but at the time especially, that was not so looked down upon as it is now. One, the culture was far worse, and I agree with that should have changed. But one of the reasons he probably acted in that way, I mean, I remember PSAs from the time of like, dude, stop sharing your girl's nudes because they'll stop sending you nudes. Like, it was a pretty awful situation at the time, and he acted like an asshole, in my eyes, more so by talking shit about a girl he was hooking up with than showing a picture that she sent to him, or multiple maybe pictures. Again, it's not worth putting him on a sex offender registry. If she had issues with it, she should have sought remedies that weren't what she sought. But again, we don't know the minutia of the details, and to litigate this 15-year-old example, I think, and put it like basically where the next example is at least a decade after, is unfair to him and basically doesn't make sense in my eyes.
Well, no, hold on. You're saying we don't have the minutia details. We have the details that we need in order to know for a fact that he shared nudes without consent. And he's done that 15 years ago, he's done that 5 years ago. And the only one that is in dispute, which in my opinion it isn't, but I understand there's a court case going on, is the one from 2 years ago. That's what I keep saying about the pattern of behavior. He admitted to having done this. Now, you can argue that 15 years ago it was a very different time and it was apparently very normal for dudes to share nudes of their girlfriends online, and there were PSAs about like that you need to stop doing that. That's the... That aside for a moment, that's why it's so bad, amongst, you know, the fact that what he's done is just really fucked up, that there are 3 examples of him doing this. Look at the framework that he's setting up. Not only can we not pursue any of these old cases, because, well, I mean, we don't actually know if Blue Tea, maybe they had some kind of an implied consent and he didn't do anything wrong, and if he did do something wrong, then she should have been smarter about how she pursued it, and we don't have to give a fuck about the fact that a very popular streamer just shared nudes of hers that are now leaked to the internet. She doesn't get to have an emotional response or a bad response. She doesn't get to do...
I'm sorry, were those nudes leaked? My understanding is her nudes didn't end up leaked. It's just those 2 other StarCraft players got access to that, and then whatever else happened, but he didn't share it with the wider public.
I've seen censored versions of those when I was browsing to do my video on Destiny. So if I've seen the censored versions of those, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there are uncensored. Now, whether they were 100% leaked to the public, I'm actually not sure. I'm quite confident that they are. I've got somebody in my chat saying that they are as well, but I'm not going to be able to pull up an immediate link to it. But as for the framework, the pattern of behavior doesn't quite matter here. The fact that, you know, he did it to both Blue Tea and Melina doesn't quite matter because they did that to him. You're setting up a world where no matter how this court case goes down, Destiny did nothing wrong, and really at the end of the day there was always implied consent because we don't have any evidence that there wasn't implied consent.
I mean, that is sort of the issue at hand. I mean, legally, there are now different laws. Again, one of the big issues in Pixie's case is that, like, a law that she's citing didn't come into effect until the latter half of 2022. So what he did was not even against the law. Both 15 years later and 5 years later. So to put him on a sex offender registry doesn't make sense even from that perspective. But I'm not talking legality. I'm talking about, you can say that what he did to Blue T is like an asshole move, but we can say you shouldn't do that again, and this is crass, this is pretty bad from my point of view. But again, Steven is clearly a person who leads a promiscuous life, who leads a sex-driven life. He's in connection to other people who act in very similar fashion. His wife, for example, in your secondary example. Again, we're imposing our own worldview, our own morality, our own perspectives upon a circle of people who have completely different understandings and completely different perspectives from us. And
well,
I
no,
just
hold
don't
on.
think that's fair.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what's happening here. Look, if there was a case where there is a popular streamer out there who's sharing nudes around, and the people whose nudes are being shared don't give a fuck, and his wife doesn't give a fuck, and they're all sharing nudes around, and I'm over here feeling some type of way about it, but at the end of the day, no harm, no foul, that's one thing. But I'm not imposing my own morality on them when every party involved in this is saying, hey, I've shared nudes without consent and it was a problem and I shouldn't have done that. Which Destiny did with Blue Tea, Destiny did with Melina, Melina did with Destiny, Blue Tea did with Destiny, and now I believe that Destiny has done with Pixie. So it's not the matter of me imposing my morality on just people frolicking across the street doing their own thing. Everyone involved in this story, well, not even everyone. The key person involved in this story, which is Destiny, has admitted that he's done this without consent and it caused massive fucking issues. It was part of the thing that has caused his relationship issues with Melina. There was a whole backlash when it happened, when he did it to Blue Tea, and it has now currently caused them a fucking court case where they're debating the merits of the case. This isn't a matter of us imposing our morality, it's us commenting on something that happened where the morality seems to be pretty in agreement by everyone, except sometimes Destiny and sometimes also by Destiny.
I mean, again, going back, because I don't think it's fair to just talk as in like this pattern of behavior without analyzing each issue. Going back to the very first example, the girl he did it to then thought right and thought that a good recourse would be to share his nudes. It speaks to her mindset, it speaks to the mindset of the time, it speaks to the mindset of everyone that was then seen as as a question as to who wronged who and how much. We're talking about, again, people who have different mindsets, and this example brought back from 15 years, the sort of zombie sharing is mostly brought up by people who have completely different grievances with Destiny as a sort of gotcha on him, when in reality this situation was done and dusted a decade before anything else happened. Now, talking again with Melina, she spoke about it on stream, if I recall correctly, but she didn't pursue much else in regards to Destiny, except for the fact that like they broke up, but their breakup didn't stem from sharing of the nudes. Their relationships, even if we take your example that it happened 5 years ago, and I don't have the exact dates, and I don't think many people who aren't in the circle have the exact dates, the relationship not only survived this, it lasted for years longer, and then the breakup happened due to unrelated reasons because she found herself a different boyfriend.
Well, it wasn't
Sweden.
unrelated, right? What we're talking about is violating boundaries regarding the sexual life that you have with your sexual partners. Part of the reason why ultimately their relationship failed is the continuous violation of these boundaries, and then it happened again when Melina, and he did it too, right? They were both cheating on each other as well as sharing nudes without consent. When Melina cheated on him with somebody that she wanted to try getting a relationship with, right? So it's very relevant because it speaks to the fact that he has no respect for sexual boundaries, even when it comes to his own wife, let alone random hookups that he's having here and there. And we can talk about the fact that 15 years ago, Blue Tea reacted in a way that's indicative of her state of mind and the time that it was all happening in. But it's irrelevant how she responded, because we're not looking at this in a vacuum. We're looking at this through the lens of this happening again and again, when 5 and 2 years ago, not only was our sort of societal outlook on sharing nudes without consent more in tune with what it is right now, but we're also talking about a content creator who has now at this point have had hundreds of hours of talking about the importance of consent, boundaries, healthy sex practices, and how like young people are silly and naive, and how he's influential and powerful and he needs to be very careful with this, only for us to find out once again that he's shared nudes without consent. So it very much is a pattern of behavior. That's why I'm bringing us back to the question that I've asked earlier. How many times can this happen until it is fair game to put somebody on the sex offender registry, so that for the rest of their career, there is a warning sign attached to them saying, hey, if you get in a sexual relationship with this man, do not record any videos, do not share any images, because those videos and images might then be shared with third parties. Because that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about putting him in jail. I'm not talking about like banning him off of YouTube. I'm simply saying that because he's an influential political pundit who's quite charismatic and who seems to have like be pretty on top of his game, looking at the fact that like how frequently he has sexual encounters, it's fair that people who engage him in those sexual encounters are aware of the fact that their nudes might be shared, because he simply met a new person on Discord that he feels very lovey-dovey with, that he's never spoken to, never saw, and really had a entirely textual relationship with, that he figured is going to be a good idea to send nudes of third parties to.
So, I mean, if again, I cannot grant you that this question is fair, when in reality, again,
well,
we're talking about...
You don't have to. Let's treat it as unfair, but tell me how many times in your mind it's fair for something like this to happen before we can start talking about somebody getting put on the sex offender registry.
If we could prove the details beyond a reasonable doubt, then I guess it would take just one time, but this is not the case. We're talking about one case that is so old that even that lends murkiness to it. Then we're talking about different cultural norms and cultural standards. It's so murky, it's impossible to grant you the first case. Then the second case, we have mutually assured destruction, basically, between these two people. And we don't know for a fact that Melina wasn't the first one to break that boundary.
It doesn't matter.
In Steven's... I mean, it does matter.
It doesn't
in the sense that, like,
because hold on, one second ago, you were saying that part of the issue you've got with Blue Tea is that her response was not appropriate to what was happening. But now it matters if it was Melina that leaked it first, because Destiny's response is relevant to that. Like, why is it one standard for Blue Tea and another for Destiny?
I'm not setting a standard for Blue Tea. I'm setting the standard that, like, if Blue Tea shared our morality and shared our perspectives, then her response is inappropriate to that morality and those perspectives. She clearly has a different kind of morality. I don't know if it's if she does now, but she did have a different kind of morality and a different kind of perspective. So again, it's impossible to draw these conclusions from that example and to lump it in with these other two, let alone when, again, it's a different sort of situation with Melina, because as you say, it, like, if both people are doing this, we can't for sure say that this fighting sort of situation wasn't normal to their relationship, and we shouldn't be judging them for it. And yet again, we haven't even reached the Pixie status, where Pixie's case, I mean, where I believe there's plenty of evidence due to the legal scrutiny placed upon it that Pixie almost certainly gave full consent to do whatever Destiny did in this case, simply due to the fact that, one, just as Melina, she was acting similar, if not the exact same fashion, and two, her behavior, this isn't in an American court of law, there's no rape shields. She was clearly a person who was prolifically having sex at the time, prolifically sharing videos of herself and third parties. She was prolifically participating in the culture that Stephen was participating in. And I think the only reason this case exists at all is because Stephen doesn't have a written record to show. But even then, his argument would be different if the law she was citing was on the statute and had effect. We only think that he's using this defense because he doesn't have a better defense, because he's not using any different defense, when in fact he's using this defense because this is the best defense to get rid of the case. This isn't a moral argument he's making before the court. He's making an argument that will get him out of trouble before the court.
Well,
so
hold on, because there's a lot to respond to there. I will go back to what you were saying initially, and then we can move on to Pixie, because I feel like we're circling the drain with that at that point. For what you were saying earlier, that it's impossible to draw a conclusion because there are too many factors that we don't know of, we can draw a conclusion because Destiny acknowledged that what he did was wrong, which makes both Melina's and Bluety's response to it irrelevant and to be judged by its own merits. And if it turns out that they also have a pattern of behavior, then they can keep him warm on the sex offender registry as far as I'm concerned. The other part, though, is that even if we assume that, in fact, maybe there is a sliver of a chance that all of these people did explicitly consent to all of this, but then they've changed their mind, future women that he will interact with deserve to know that this is a thing that keeps happening in his life. Now, they should draw their own conclusions from that, and they should make their own choices based on those conclusions, but at the very least, my point is that at the end of the day, they deserve to know that this is happening. Now, moving on to Pixie, for what you were saying that he absolutely did nothing wrong, he just doesn't have the written consent, and we know that Pixie did the same thing to him by sharing his nudes with third parties. This is where I have a problem with this. Pixie, as far as we know, and if you've read the court case and there's something else in there, feel free to let me know. Pixie has shared the video that they made together with one person, that was her boyfriend at the time. Pixie has also stated very clearly, and she told us this, that she was fine with Destiny sharing their sex tape with Melina, his wife. So we've got Destiny's wife, Melina, and you've got Pixie's boyfriend, who they have shared the sex tape with. Destiny shared it then with Rose, and now Pixie's got a huge fucking problem, and she wants for there to be a court case, and she wants a warning label attached to Destiny, and she wants probably a million other things that are not fully relevant to the fact that he very clearly did a thing that he had absolutely no implied consent to do, because nobody has managed to find any evidence of Pixie sharing their sex tape with somebody else than her boyfriend, and she already told us she was fine with him sharing it with Melina. So there's clearly a level of understanding that they're both in a relationship, and that relationship has some level of kink with their partners, where they want to watch their partner get fucked by somebody else, so they can share it with just that partner. Rose wasn't that partner. Rose was a Discord friend of Destiny's that he never spoke to, that he never saw, that turns out he was getting fucking catfished the entire time, whilst Rose was very possibly underage when this was happening. So it doesn't track for me that you'd say that there was definitely this implied consent. Based on what?
So, multiple things. Beginning, Pixie is an incredibly untrustworthy person in regards to this case. She's not providing evidence. She's hiding evidence. She concluded a cockamamie scheme with Lauren De Laguna to start this case. She did this whole massive scheme to
just one thing, sorry, because I don't want to cut you off in the middle, but there's one thing that I just want to see if we agree on this initially, right, before we delve into the actual case itself. So the premise was that Pixie was scheming with Lauren, or she might have been talked by Lauren into this court case starting. But to go back a little bit before the court case started, Pixie wanted money from Destiny, right, as restitution.
Yes,
and
she wanted money.
And we acknowledge that before she reached out to Destiny to ask him for money, she was told to do that by both Straighteraid and Dan, who were also at the same time talking to Destiny in his DMs about this being the correct course of action, yes?
My understanding is so, yes.
Yeah, so that completely blows any extortion angle out of the water, right? Because you've got Destiny's fucking right-hand man, Dan, telling her to do this whilst telling Destiny that he told her to do this. You've got Straighterade, who was an absolute piece of shit through and through from the beginning to the end of this story, telling Pixie to do this whilst she was talking to other people and Destiny about the fact that she's telling Pixie to do this. Then Pixie does this, and then Destiny says no, and now we're at the court case. So, like, it's perfectly plausible that Lauren talked her into this in the end, but I just want to make it clear that Destiny's people were telling her to ask for money.
I mean, this is they're telling Pixie to ask for money in her response, in as a response to Pixie talking about how damaged she was and how aggrieved she is. When in reality, I mean, again, we don't have these DMs because she refuses to provide anything, any conversation she had with Aaron. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just saying that, like, Pixie's mind was set, and yet again, if reading through what she said, reading through the fact that she deleted certain messages before posting the Substack, her agreements is very apparent of the destruction of her image as one kind of person through not the video itself, but through the knowledge of her having sex with Steven to begin with, being shared through the world through the hands of Solo. So I don't think Pixie was as aggrieved as she pretends to be by the fact that Steven shared something with Bros, as she was aggrieved that the world found out that she had sex with Steven. That is a very reasonable interpretation, in my opinion, and I think further actions, further change of this narrative from I'm aggrieved because everyone knows I had sex with you into I'm aggrieved because it's somehow your fault that this reached the wider world. I think that is basically a form of conspiracy on behalf of Lauren De Laguna. I mean, it's not probably not legally conspiracy, but definitely I would view it as such. And I think it's very difficult to say that Pixie would have had any issues if instead of the leak happening on that day, if instead Steven just told her, hey, listen, I shared it with this person. I've been in a prolonged relationship. A relationship, by the way, just a quick fact, longer than the boyfriends you suppose, longer than the relationships you have with the boyfriends that you were sharing your videos of us with. So I think it's
because there's too many different lines of dialogue that you're opening up, which I want to respond to in full, but we have to get one thing out of the way at the time. So you were the only way for the interpretation that you just laid out to make sense to me is if, like, you are huffing huge fucking amounts of Destiny copium, because to me your opinion on Pixie's inner feelings is completely irrelevant insofar as we're trying to judge the case based on what is happening sort of in front of our eyes in courts and with what these people are telling us at the very least. We can talk about Pixie being unreliable, or Pixie and Lauren talking Pixie into the entire court case happening. But let's do this one at a time. So you were saying earlier, you were mocking Pixie a little bit, saying that she said that she's so damaged and she's in pain and this is a huge problem. Just in a sentence or two, given that she's a law student that has to stand in front of the character bar committee, and now people are spreading her sex tape around on the internet and people are attacking her on Twitter over this, when her real identity is very much connected to her online sort of existence, how is it unreasonable that she was feeling damaged and she was feeling in pain and that this was a huge problem that she was seeking some kind of a restitution towards?
I mean, we just, like, maybe she was feeling damaged by the fact that but by the fact of it happening. But again, my understanding from what we're seeing now is it is far more likely that she was damaged by the general knowledge of them having sex being made public rather than him sharing this one video with with Rose.
I partially disagree with this, but let's carry this to its natural conclusion. Why was Pixie so upset about the specific fact that she had sex with Destiny being shared around? Being evidenced, I should say. Why was this specifically such a problem to them?
Well, there could be multiple reasons. If I had to guess, because again, we can't physically get into her head and scan her brain and find out what exactly she was thinking. My guess is that there were narratives around that especially the women that are appearing on Steven's stream are only appearing on the stream because he's having sex with them. I mean, this was the narrative with Lauren Southern.
It
This
was,
was the
yes,
narrative with
but I'm
Aaron,
talking,
and
yes, but
and
what
I think
specifically
and
when
I
it
think
comes to
seeing
Pixie?
and I think being seen as having sex to get clout would have been far more damaging to her than or like far more hurtful to her than like somebody like Steven sharing this with like a third party.
Okay, yeah, so the knowledge would have been damaging to her, and she doesn't want people to know because this damages her character, and this implies that she's only sort of kept around there because Destiny has sex with her, not because of any merits of her arguments or beliefs. So they appear on podcasts together, they go on the whatever show that they do, the entire fucking Red Pill sort of series. A number of times they are asked if they've had sex, and a number of times they both deny it. Right? Do you remember that being the case? You remember them being explicitly asked on the whatever podcast if they've had sex and them saying no?
I don't remember every specific instance, but I have a general recollection that that was probably the case. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got Pixie who doesn't want to know that her and Destiny are having sex. You've got Pixie and Destiny on the whatever podcast and other podcasts saying that they aren't having sex. But despite this being the case, you want me to believe that there is an implied consent for Destiny to share the only evidence of the fact that they are having sex with third parties on Discord.
Well, I don't think she cared about individuals in Destiny's orbit knowing that they had sex. I mean, one, his wife, who was also appearing on stream and could also leak this, she explicitly says she's okay with that. And
his
secondly,
wife,
we
right?
have.
But what about?
I think even in the court documents, both Dan and Mr. Mooten apparently having more than a vague idea that they were having sex and that they were hanging out in like privately, just the two of them in hotel rooms. So I mean, she was okay with his inner orbit knowing she wasn't
though,
okay
right?
with like the.
And we know that she wasn't okay with this. You are on this point specifically, you're dead wrong. And there's so I don't want to bring like big streamer names into this because obviously I acknowledge that some of them just don't want to talk about this. But Lonerbox was part of Destiny's inner orbit. Lonerbox was somebody that Pixie was romantically interested in. Lonerbox is somebody that didn't know that this was happening, and Lonerbox was somebody who was told that nothing between them ever happened. So there is no shot that Lonerbox, somebody who has been a long time, very sort of inner circle member of Destiny's community, she doesn't want to know about this, but she's simultaneously fine with Destiny sending it to third parties over Discord. Who, by the way, also, if you want to establish that Rose is in Destiny's inner orbit, you have your task set out for you, because there is absolutely nothing that would imply that being the case.
I'm not saying Rose is part of his inner circle. I'm just saying that like she was not averse to the idea that some people know. She's just averse to general knowledge. And when we're talking about Lonerbox, I mean,
which some people, just out of curiosity, which some people she was fine with knowing?
I mean, at least Melina, who was
easily Melina, yes, you are completely correct. Yeah, so she was okay with Melina knowing. Do you remember earlier I was saying that Destiny was okay with Destiny sharing it with Melina, and she was okay with sharing it with her boyfriend? Doesn't that bolster my earlier point that these people were fine with their partners knowing this because they didn't want to violate their partner's boundaries, but they didn't want random fucking third parties to know? Because if we keep going back to Melina, that was Destiny's wife, and the only person that we know Pixie shared it with is her boyfriend. So clearly there's a difference between those people and randoms on Discord, or even people within the inner circle, because somebody who's as in as you humanly can be, which is Lonerbox, was not told about this and was actually told that nothing ever happened.
Yeah, but again, we're not talking about NPCs. We're talking about people. Again, she's okay with one of her boyfriends knowing, but if we assume that she wanted Lonerbox to be her boyfriend, or was her boyfriend to some extent, she was not okay with him as the boyfriend knowing. And
well, he wasn't her boyfriend.
Lonerbox,
right?
if it was like just a strict rule, what?
But he wasn't her boyfriend. So he didn't know, and she didn't want him to know. Her boyfriend knew. Destiny's wife knew. That seems to be a pretty closed circle. So you need to establish that she was okay with some people in the inner circle knowing that aren't spouses or partners of the person that they're talking to. Because the entire court case is happening because he shared it with a third party that wasn't Melina. She knew about Melina knowing, and she never sued Destiny for that. So why is she suing him now?
Well, she's suing him now. Again, it lends far more credence to my image of a good girl that doesn't fuck her way to the top theory, because she wants to appear before her new boyfriend as somebody who didn't fuck her way to the top with Steven, that she's one kind of person that doesn't, like, we don't have internal communication between Pixie and Lonerbox, but I don't know what kind of relationship they had. But at the end of the, like, exactly, but like at the end of the day, she's being very selective with her image rather than with her nudes, because again, her previous boyfriend could let Lonerbox know, Melina could let Lonerbox know. Like, again, there's this selective image protection rather than protection of, God forbid, I hope that like nobody shares this video in particular isn't being shared.
Well, no, but
I think
hold on, because what you're saying, I'm still bouncing against the thing, because you've said this a couple of times, and this is just like super not clear to me. If you don't want to answer this question, you don't have to, because I'm not trying to be personal. I'm just trying to get like a gauge of things. Are you in a relationship?
I am.
Is it like a long-term relationship, a short-term relationship? Do you mind saying?
I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend since she'll kill me if I don't answer correctly. August 8th of last year.
Okay, so it's a fairly fresh relationship, but that's okay. I'm not trying to like insult you or anything. The reason why I'm asking this is because like you keep going back to this, that like, well, to be fair, Pixie's boyfriend could also have leaked it. I have a fiance, my soon wife-to-be. I have told my fiance things that if she leaked, I would be very unhappy. I haven't told those things to other people in my Discord. The fact that I have told my fiance these things doesn't mean that I'm okay with that being public knowledge. It means I have a level of trust and belief in the established boundaries that when I tell her secrets, she's not going to tell them to third parties. If I wanted to involve, let's say, one of my moderators in some secret, right? So now the circle extends to a third person. So it's me, my fiance, and one of my mods, and I've told them something that only the three of us know. Yes, I acknowledge that the more people know, the more likely it is that this will eventually leak around. But even in that case, there is still absolutely nothing about that would imply to a reasonable person that I'm okay with this information being leaked because I'm already sharing it with people. And if then, it's not my moderator that this is being shared with, but it's some person and their partner, I think it's reasonable to conclude that you've got a closed circle, and it's not reasonable at all for you to say that because she shared this with her boyfriend, then she was already fine with some people knowing. Like, we obviously make exceptions for people that we're in relationships with, and everyone here acknowledges this. That's why she was fine with Melina knowing, and she wasn't fine with Rose knowing.
I mean, we're talking about, and you're right, we're talking about a closed circle, and that's exactly what I'm referring to when I'm saying that she is okay with a certain, and in my opinion, the most obvious conclusion is that she's okay with this circle of people who are sexually promiscuous and who are clearly into sharing nudes and sexually promiscuous videos, and there are people inside the circle and who have that characteristic, and there are people outside of the circle like Lonerbox, because he's clearly not somebody who's inside of the sexual circle, and that's the only differentiator between him and the people she's okay sharing these nudes with. Again, she's okay sharing with one boyfriend of hers but not a different one.
Yeah, but
and the only difference
missing
between one of her boyfriends and Lonerbox is that he's not in this circle of sexually promiscuous people.
Yes, exactly, but that's the part that you keep, you're not missing this insofar as you understand the difference between those people, but you're going in the wrong direction with your conclusion. the fact that these people are promiscuous means that you've got an environment which, by the way, this actually plays into an argument that you made earlier, just not in the way I think that you intended. You were saying that the case of Destiny sharing Blue Tea's nudes is very different because it was like a different time, it was a different environment, she also shared Destiny's nudes, and you cannot damn the man based on something that happened 15 years ago. So at the time of Destiny and Pixie fucking and recording their video, and Destiny was still in a relationship with Melina, I don't believe it was yet known that Destiny keeps violating that boundary again with Melina and vice versa. So you're looking at a circle of people who are sex savvy, who by your very belief, based on the fact that the only time anything remotely inappropriate at the time happened like a decade ago, have never violated any consent or any boundary and have been on top of their game with Destiny having had sex with hundreds of people. Then Pixie partakes in this sex-savvy environment. She's a lot less innocent that she was letting on, and she wanted to take part in it. Her boyfriend's also wanting to take part in it because he wants to see the video of his girlfriend being fucked by another dude, which I think, as both of us being monogamous kings here, we'll agree that that falls outside of our standard purview of behavior. So you've got a sex-savvy circle with Pixie having no reason to assume that Destiny's going to violate her boundary, and her being fine with only people inside of that circle knowing. And then suddenly you fast forward and we find out that Destiny and Melina are sharing one another's nudes without consent, and then Destiny shares Pixie's nudes without consent. Everything about this case makes it reasonable that she was okay with that circle of 4 sex-savvy people knowing, but she wasn't okay with people outside that circle knowing. Rose falls outside of that circle. Why would Pixie be fine with Rose receiving those videos if she was not fine with anybody else aside from her boyfriend, Destiny, and Melina having those videos?
I mean, this is again one of the reasons why initially I was far closer to your position, but even though I have a bias towards Destiny, but I was far closer to your position, why my opinion became even stronger as time progressed, simply because as we see now that her actions have been far less good faith in regards to crafting the narratives required for this legal case that she's pursuing right now.
Which narrative?
I believe, from the narrative that she has all of these additional witnesses, supposedly, that she's in collaboration with, from the narratives that she truly believes that there's some sort of ambiguousness about when exactly the sharing occurred, from her narrative that she's suicidal, which to Aaron she told that she's not, and then on deposition she admitted she pursued no medical treatment or help for. I mean, we have all the narrative. We can argue the extent to what extent she tailored it, but there is plenty of evidence of tailoring the narratives. So my opinion is that the reason she included certain people and excluded certain people when talking about who she consented with, she is, as the first person talking about it, she's very capable of narrow tailoring the exact circle.
Yeah, but when
did
that happen?
Rose.
No, hold on.
When did what?
Who, other than Destiny and Melina, Pixie and her ex-boyfriend, who was she fine with receiving those nudes that we know of? Because you keep saying things that are damning to Pixie's character, but none of those things speak to what is the actual problem that we have here first and foremost, which is that he shared her nudes with a third party without consent. You were saying earlier that she was fine with more people knowing actually, but you haven't told me anything that makes that be the case. So who was she fine with knowing?
Again, and this is my whole point, is that we don't know exactly.
So which part is she inconsistent on that makes you doubt her? Because she said early on in this that she was okay with Destiny sharing it with Melina, and she shared it with her boyfriend. She said that very early on. That was like one of the first things that I remember from this case. It was her establishing that sharing it with spouses/partners is fair game. We're all in agreement that Rose doesn't fall in that category. So what is it that she said that not so much damns her character, because we can talk about that if you want. Pixie's far from the perfect victim here, but she doesn't have to be, because we're not just just talking about Pixie and trying to ruin her character, which works fucking wonders from the last I've checked DGG Reddit, but we're talking specifically about the fact that he shared her nudes without her consent.
I mean, what I'm saying is that the whole point of it is we don't know exactly what the conversation about the exact consent was. We have
Then
her
what do we
claim,
know that
and
casts
his
doubt on
claim, his claim is a he said, she said situation. He said that there was consent that was broader than just Melina. It was romantic partners. And in looking at Pixie, and again, initially Pixie said it had to be explicit consent and you had to ask every time, and then we find out that it wasn't the case, that she herself asked every time, or that, and she was okay with Steven or her boyfriend not knowing one time when she shared something with Steven. And my whole point is that it is very convenient for her case that she narrowly tailored this consent to exclude Rose, but include the other known romantic partner, and yet it's just very convenient, and therefore
it's not,
all
but
these
it's not.
inconsistencies and her poor character lend me to believe
But there are
that
no
she
inconsistencies
probably
on this.
gave a broader consent.
No, but that's the thing. There are no inconsistencies. You are attacking her character, which, flawed as it may be, you then used to say that, well, if she lied about this, what else could she have lied about? Perhaps she could have lied about this one very specific thing that this entire court case is happening over, which you still haven't built the case for that being the case. There is nothing about her general character here that goes against what she said early on, which is that she was fine with their partners having this information. Now, you said a second ago that, well, actually what it is a romantic partner. Now, I typed that into Google out of curiosity, and the first definition I get off the top is a romantic partner is someone with whom an individual shares a deep emotional bond characterized by affection, intimacy, and over a commitment to a shared life. Let's just get rid of that last part and be a little bit more charitable to Destiny, because I don't need any commitment to a shared life in order to make this point. In what world is it reasonable for a dude in his mid-30s who has had hundreds of sexual partners, who does political analysis for a living, who talks about the importance of understanding boundaries and consent, the importance of reading between the lines, the importance of knowing what your opponent's talking about, somebody who's quick, who's witty, who's charismatic, to have a romantic partnership with somebody that ended up being a catfish of an underage person that he has never spoken to for a day in his life, that he has remarked a few times looks incredibly young.
I mean, in my world, in my life, that would be ridiculous. But let's look at the relationship he had with Rose. He was talking intimately with her, or solo, we find out, about his unsuccessful relationship with Lauren Southern. He all these messages that were leaked regarding these he clearly had a prolonged intimate relationship with this 19-year-old person. He thought that he shared his inner feelings and his inner emotions. This is somebody it's stupid, but in his world, you could definitely characterize it as a I don't know if it's a romantic partner, but definitely someone close to him, because he was sharing with this person intimate details that aren't sexual in nature.
Yeah, but
that
I can't
he didn't
let you
share with almost anybody else.
I get you, but I can't let you run away with this. You said a moment ago that actually what it was is a romantic partner. Now you're not so sure if she was in fact a romantic partner, but was simply somebody that was close to him. So is Pixie supposedly okay with him sharing it with anyone who's close to him, or is it romantic partners, or is it just boyfriends and girlfriends? Because not for nothing, but as far as he was aware, Rose was 19 years old, and he's got hundreds of clips of talking about how young people are stupid, they make rash decisions, you need to be very careful with trusting them, it's very likely that they will do something that they will end up regretting, because such is the curse of youth, right? You make fucking dumb decisions. And you've got this dude in his mid-30s who's supposedly incredibly savvy, who has clips talking about the importance of consent and boundaries and how stupid 19-year-olds are, who then violates the consent and boundary of his friends to a 19-year-old who actually, in fact, was a pimp of somebody who was underage. Like, in what?
Yeah, I
in
mean,
what world can we?
as in close to, they were clearly close. They were clearly romantically engaged. They were exchanging sexual messages. They were clearly, again, engaged for a prolonged period of time. We're talking about the merch, like merch being sent to the underage lady to wear, and like clearly some sort of a relationship that, like, I don't know, a sexual and an intimate, close relationship developed between Steven and this 19-year-old person. And again, as we know, he had a polygamous, well, not polygamous, but basically an open marriage where he had other people he had sex with, other people he was close with.
Which goes against your arguments, to be clear, right? We acknowledge that the fact that he was in an open relationship, and Pixie keeps saying that she was only okay with Melina knowing this, who is his spouse, implies that she trusted in his expertise when it comes to sexual matters, right?
Yeah, but that trust implies that she would probably and most likely trusted him to share it not just with Melina, but with other close sexual partners.
Based on
and
what?
Like, I don't know how else to describe Rose, but in that way.
Look at that leap is insane. That is a leap in judgment that is specifically designed with no like connection to anything other than whatever you can grasp onto to make Pixie out to be the bad guy here. In what world is me trusting somebody? The idea that if I trust you and I tell you a secret, the idea that I actually trust you to only share that secret with the right people is fucking wild. I'm telling you a secret because I don't want you to share it with anyone. The notion that this implies she trusted him to only share it with the right parties is ridiculous. And number two, he didn't share it with the right parties because he was being fucking catfished by somebody who he was telling all of this shit to, somebody that he believed was 19 years old. Do you think that if we could get into a time machine and talk to Pixie 3 years ago and say, hey, when you send that sex tape to Destiny, would you be okay with him sharing it with a 19-year-old that he really trusts? Actually, it's his Discord buddy. Do you think she would have said yes? Now, I understand I'm asking you to speak to a state of mind, but seriously?
You're judging this relationship with Rose, and it is crazy. But like, it's just
crazy
as crazy as Steven
Pixie
having this relationship with Pixie. I mean, she is also 19
it's not because they've met in real life. They have a relationship that exists outside of the purview of Discord. They have spoken, they have seen each other. They have built up a relationship based on tangible factors of the presence of another human being in front of you.
Yeah,
something
but
that he has never experienced with
implying
Rose.
your morality and values and your levels of trust onto Steven and onto Pixie.
Do you think that my level of trust is closer to what we could what we can imagine Pixie's sort of morality was at, or do you think Pixie's morality at that time was closer to Steven's?
I think it's far closer to Steven's.
Then why is she suing him?
What?
Then why is there a lawsuit?
Because the leak damaged her character. I think she has a large problem with the leak happening, not with him sharing nudes with Rose. But like, Steven is somebody who's a public figure, and she can blame. And also, I think there's a lot.
She didn't know that the nudes were leaked until. Sorry, she didn't know that the nudes were shared until the leak, right? And neither side, which the onus here would be on Destiny, has ever produced anything that would imply to us that she knew her nudes were being shared. She just didn't mind before the leak. We have nothing to speak to that state of mind.
Okay. Do you believe in your heart of hearts that, like, if she found out through Steven telling her rather than through the leak happening, that she would have sued Steven anyway?
She wouldn't have sued him. She would have been pissed off with him, and everything about the violation of the boundary would have been the case. She wouldn't have sued him because a big part of the lawsuit is that Pixie's situation is entirely fucked on account of the fact that this will now be linked to her forever, and she wants to stand in front of the character committee for the fucking bar to be a lawyer, which Destiny has already, by the way, said explicitly that he's going to do everything in his power so that never comes to be. So that's a whole thing as well, which is fucking insane.
But that's completely stemming through her actions in the court case, not through...
Yeah, and that court case is stemming from the fact that he shared her nudes without consent.
No, that court case is stemming from the fact that there's this random predator in England who wanted to extort his way onto Steven's stream. It's a very
And how
weird
did he manage to do that? By destiny, how did he try to do that, I should say, not manage to, because he never managed, but how did he try to do that? By getting Destiny to, I don't know if you want to say fall in love, be infatuated with. Fall in love is unfair, because it's very clear that Destiny doesn't need to feel love in order to share nudes with people. But whatever methods that were employed, Destiny made a conscious decision to share those nudes with Rose, or Solo, that was pretending to be Rose.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a person who had a prolonged, close romantic relationship and pretended to, I don't know, like, again, it speaks to the closeness of their relationship that Steven is comfortable sharing the whole Lauren Southern situation, which clearly is internally, I don't know, hurtful to him or something. Like, I don't know, but
sure.
it speaks to that fact. And
he fell for Rose hard, or whatever word you want to use. The bottom line of this, however, is that if I develop that relationship with you, and then I send you nudes of a third party, and you then use that against me, yeah, you're a piece of shit for blackmailing me, but I'm the one who sent you those nudes of somebody who didn't consent. In this case, it's Destiny sharing those nudes of Pixie, and there is nothing that you still haven't established at all why this fact itself is being remotely disputed. There is nothing, literally nothing in that entire court case to point to there being implied consent. And the fact that he's going to most probably win the
nothing,
court
but it's Steven's testimony on stream, Steven's testimony, Steven's claims. And again, if we're going to have to evaluate Steven versus Pixie, in this whole court case, Pixie is the far less reliable party, and it's
reliable
far
party
more
on
convenient
which
for her.
Hold on, but that's the problem. The only reason why Pixie is a less reliable party to you is because every bad thing that Destiny has done, you have found one way or another to excuse. I don't need Pixie to be the perfect victim, because Destiny has a pattern of behavior where he's done this to at least 3 people. So I don't need
Chris,
Rose to be the perfect victim.
We're not talking about a perfect victim. We're talking about a bad faith litigant who's doing everything possible to, instead of trying to prove her claims, she's trying to prolong the case and do everything in her power to be as malicious as she can through litigation.
She's doing everything she can to prolong the case. Destiny has made it explicitly clear that the moment the case is over, he's going to do everything in his power so that if Pixie ever stands in front of the bar committee, she will not pass. Destiny has a number of times insulted her, lambasted her. He's implied that she's the whole holier than thou thing. He's done everything that was possible to him to attack her character and move attention away from the fact that the very baseline thing that people have a problem with him, which is sharing nudes without consent, is something that he's done again. So of course they're going to try and prolong the case, because every day this case is going on, more and more people are aware of the fact that Destiny has done this.
I cannot grant you that, because at the beginning of the case, if you watch the video Steven released, if you watch the way he talked about it, he was nothing but cordial, he was nothing but remedial, and it completely changed once her actions through the lawsuit have become laughable. They clearly had a very bad case from the beginning, and as soon as she started introducing the witness of Abby at the last second, which is, we can talk about it, but it's pointless. The whole point is he became far more vicious and far more harsh towards Pixie and Lauren as the case progressed, as the facts unfolded, as their actions occurred. If you look at the beginning, he's far more than understanding, and yet at the end, after a year and a half of vicious litigation, of course he's not a nice person.
Right? You're not looking at the beginning. The beginning of this is, first of all, him sharing the nudes. That's the first part. Then it's Dan and Straighterate telling Pixie to ask for money, which she does, which he refuses to pay out because she's asking for too much. Then the court case begins, and he hires Brettler, who is known for being a vicious pit bull whose entire career is about getting guilty people off of sexual misconduct charges. That is as fucking heavyweight as you can bring it into the court. And I'm perfectly fine with admitting that Pixie is fucking up up in a court case, and I'm fine with admitting that Pixie's lawyer is bad faith time and time again, as far as I can see. But you are trying to create an environment where this is just the thing that Pixie's doing, and that's why Destiny understandably gets so volatile. When I'm telling you that he's been volatile from the very beginning, it simply showed itself in different ways, which again doesn't matter as far as the character itself goes, because we're still talking about the fact that he did the thing.
What are you facing the bad faith on? So first of all, again, his claim from the beginning, and first he barely spoke about it, but reading between the lines, his case from the beginning is that, one, I had consent to do this, and then two, he's hired Brettler not to fight this particular Pixie case. You don't need a lawyer like Brettler to fight on statute or on basically summary judgment and effect of Cardi.
Well, it looks like
he's hired Brettler because her initial complaint included possibility of 15 other women. So yeah, of course, if he thought he's gonna fight 15 supposed litigants, he would hire a decent lawyer. That's one. Two, if we look pre-filing of the case, he's willing to pay some amount of money. There's not real amount ever shown, except for after the case is filed, their settlement conference. She's asking for 15 million, which is just not an amount.
That wasn't the thing she was. To be clear, she wasn't asking for 15 million. She was asking for 1 million, which is still a huge amount of money. But the 15 million comes from the fact that there were going to be 15 women.
The case, she was asking
yes,
for
because
15
there were
million.
no. She was 1 million per person. With there being 15 women, was 15 million. Yeah, I understand that part. The issue, however, is that the court case, as the unfolding of the court case goes on, you still haven't done anything to build your case that there was implied consent when there is nothing about their relationship that indicates that could have been.
I mean, there's plenty that indicates that could have been. I mean, again, her initial claim isn't that.
Well, what are the indications? Because you said there are plenty of. So what are those?
So again, what is Pixie's claim? Pixie's claim is, I only wanted him to share these videos with Melina, and I would only share it with my boyfriend. That's the consent I gave
that she was
him.
fine with.
Okay,
Not that she wanted to,
what we look at it as like, this is the claim. But like beginning, that claim was further modified with if he asked in advance. So that's one thing that is gone, and that's been proven that like she wouldn't ask in advance either of Steven or her boyfriend, and it's a little vague exactly
hold on.
which boyfriends we're talking about.
You have to be precise about this. If you ask in advance, that's just normal human interaction. You can ask in advance if you can share something that somebody else sent you. That's not an agreed upon boundary. That's like the base.
Yeah, but again,
assumption.
if it wasn't
but
agreed upon
you said that
she
you
violated
said that
it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You said that she violated it. She violated it how?
She shared videos and pictures of Steven without asking in advance.
With who?
With her.
With who?
With her. I don't.
With her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend and ex-boyfriend.
Hold on.
And again,
but you said at the start that her statement was that she was fine with Destiny sharing it with Melina, and she was going to share it with her boyfriend. And now you're saying she violated those terms by sharing it with her boyfriend. That doesn't make sense to me. That sounds like she did the thing that she admitted.
What I'm saying is that there was an addition of you have to ask in advance and then you can share. But then she was sharing it without asking in advance. There was an implied point of there that like even with those two people, you still would have to ask in advance. Steven of Pixie and Pixie of Steven. And she shared stuff that the other party
am not aware
didn't
of that
know
being
was
the
being
case.
shared.
I've seen Pixie say that she was fine with Destiny sharing it with Melina because she understood, and I think we all know this as DGGers, ex-DGGers in many cases, on the right side of history, not for nothing, but I think that many of us know, most of us know, because Destiny has said this time and time again, that he always shares these things with his spouse. That's like the baseline default dynamic of their relationship. And there is nothing to indicate to us that Pixie didn't want that specifically because she's also shared it with her boyfriend. So it sounds like that is a boundary that was established, agreed upon, and not violated. You said there are plenty of indications, so you've given me one. That doesn't make sense. What are some of the other ones?
I gave you one that the initial claim, the initial supposed agreement of consent was slightly different, but meaningfully in this case, that to show that it wasn't the initial claim wasn't exactly what she initially stated in her Substack.
Which still,
so that's one
which
thing.
is, yeah, but that's the thing. That case only works if you establish that Pixie shared it with anybody else, which hasn't been done so far. So it sounds like
if I tell you, you can
because
share.
Destiny,
if I give you something,
because Destiny, we already know at this point. We already know that Destiny is gonna share that with Melina because he said a number of times that's what he does, and she shares it with her boyfriend.
If I give you a file that has whatever document in it, and I say you can share with your spouse or whatever I give you some documents you can share with your spouse, but before sharing, ask me. There's a difference between you can share with your spouse, meaning you don't have to get consent again every time I share it with somebody, or you don't have to get consent again every time you share. Her initial claim implied that he would have to get consent every time.
Again, we're not going to agree on this because, like I keep saying, Pixie's clarification of this, Pixie's statement that she was okay with Melina receiving it as she was sending it to her boyfriend, makes perfect, consistent sense within the dynamic that we've known Steven to engage in, which is that he has, if people want to do sex tapes, he does sex tapes, and he shares them with Melina. And that is just the dynamic of their relationship. We know about that. He said it. Pixie was there when he said it.
But again,
hold on, because this point we're not going to agree on. But you said there are plenty of others. So what are some of the other ones?
So that's the one thing. So that, like, if you take my word for it, and if you look at it from my perspective, that shows that she's willing to.
She's not.
That she's willing to be malleable towards what she states publicly as to what exactly the agreement was.
I'm willing for my girlfriend to put her thumb in my asshole. That doesn't mean I'm malleable to other third parties joining our bedroom and fisting me. There is obviously a world of a difference.
Can I finish my point? I'm saying if I allow my girlfriend to put a finger in my asshole, but I say every time you do, please inform me in advance. There's a difference between I'm just letting her put a finger in my ass. Again, there's a difference between I'm letting my girlfriend put a finger in my ass, and I'm letting my girlfriend put a finger in my ass if she asks me in advance. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but the issue that you have is that Destiny has already made it clear that he will share it with Melina, and Melina will see, and that makes sense in the purview of their relationship. That back and forth is already, as far as I'm concerned, established, and I'm not going to see this from your perspective. That's why I'm saying to move on to a different point, because we can agree to disagree on this, and the audience can judge for themselves. But you said that there are plenty of things, so that there's one that we have meaningful disagreement over. What's some of the other ones?
So that's the initial thing, that the malleability of her initial claim. Then secondly, if she's malleable towards that, then we have to look into what is exactly what is her trustworthiness that she's only malleable towards that. And the second indication is that she's malleable towards presenting herself publicly to everyone else in a light that's more favorable to her than a person who's fully omniscient and is aware of everything. But the fact that she's admitted to deleting certain messages, she's admitted, like,
does this go both ways?
Where she's implying that
does this go both ways? Because you're saying that essentially Pixie's untrustworthy because she presents herself publicly in a different light than what she truly is like behind the scenes. I remember ages ago, Destiny did a manifesto on Vorsh, which was later disputed and spoken to about with Rose Wrist, in which Destiny has tangibly misconstrued reality at a number of steps, specifically to paint himself in a better light. So does this go both ways when now both parties are unreliable because they have done things to present themselves in a better light? Or is this only applicable to Pixie because she, in your view, does this in the court case and he doesn't do this in the court case? Even though he, in the court case, is arguing that there was implied consent, which by default presents him in a better light, when that doesn't seem to be a tangible argument as far as most people commenting seem to be concerned. So does it go both ways, or is it just Pixie that's an unreliable narrator?
I mean, it goes both ways in regards to their general character, and I do certain things I don't agree with Steeman on in general, but on in this particular matter, what matters to me is we're trying to get to the fact of the matter whether he had consent or he didn't. So we're talking about who's being more open, honest, truthful, declarative in regards to this particular matter. So I mean, we can introduce all sorts of evidence, and of course we're probably going to have way more to impeach Destiny just because he's been so public for so long.
Well, yeah, but the
so
problem
therefore I'm
specifically is
kind
that
of
we have
consciously or
this pattern
unconsciously
of
limiting
behavior.
myself to this case.
Yeah, but that's the. I understand you wanting to limit yourself to this case, but the thing is, this works as a catch-22 because you're only limiting yourself to things that paint Destiny in a favorable light. If we want to be as specific as humanly possible, then what we should be talking about is violating the consent and sexual boundary of sharing someone's nudes and or sex tape with third parties without consent, which, as far as we know, Pixie has one case of that alleged by Destiny. Destiny has one case of that alleged by Pixie. And then Destiny has one case of this admitted to by himself from Melina. And he has one case of this admitted to by himself from Blue Tea. So he has 3 cases of this exact behavior being displayed over the years of his streaming career.
Again, if through the probably mountains of sexual relationships and sharing of nudes through the years, we only have one disputed case, one mutual case, and one ancient case. This is very
one
poor
disputed
evidence
and 2
towards someone's
factual
character.
cases.
If anything, that shows how
Well, hold on, one
safe
disputed and 2
secure he
factual,
is.
yes?
What?
Say we have one disputed and 2 factual cases.
One disputed, one ancient, that I guess you could say factual, but again, the world in the last 15 years changed so much that I don't know if we can
He did it again with
that one
Melina.
applicable.
We absolutely can
Again,
call it applicable because it
with
speaks to the
Melina,
pattern of
again, we're
behavior.
talking about a very small snippet of their relationship and a characterization that I don't necessarily think is fair regarding the mindsets of both people. If they remain in this relationship,
We can absolutely talk about this. We're talking about a spousal relationship of a married couple who have established boundaries and dynamics of their sexual relationship. I would say that Destiny, in my worldview, has more of a reason or more of a motivation, for lack of a better term, to not violate the boundaries of his wife than he does of random hookups that he has. As disgusting as that sounds, the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is that you'd assume he's going to be more on top of his game when it comes to his spouse. But he's not on top of his game when it comes to his spouse.
From your point of view
and he's not on top of his game with other women. Well, he admitted to having done this. So, and to be fair, he's being judged in court by a judge whose morality is probably closer to mine, as fucking ancient and decrepit as his ideas of a marriage might be, than they are to Destiny's. And if Pixie's morals were closer to Destiny's, then there would be no lawsuit.
If he's a professional, if I think. Is it a he? I don't know if it's a woman, if a female judge that's presiding over this case. The point is that if it's a professional qualified judge, they evaluate the situation not based on their own, preferences in sexual relationships, but they evaluate the dynamics of the relationship at hand. So
that's what we're trying to do. But you aren't building your case for Pixie having this implied consent.
Again, what I'm building the case towards is that Pixie has narrowly tailored her consent to be the most convenient for the case at hand.
No, it's not actually the most convenient for the case at hand. It's something that's both logical and consistent in how it applies. It's not convenient for her to say that they had this dynamic. That's truthful of her as far as I can see.
But you're giving her a lot of credit.
I'm giving her credit
it's truthful and
because
convenient.
Destiny has said that he shares the sexual material that he records or has sent to him with Melina. And Pixie knew about this I know about this. You know about this. Everyone who was in DGG back then knows about the fact that Destiny shares it with Melina. That was part of their dynamic. So it makes sense.
But I was
to me
aware
with
that
this
he shares
knowledge.
it not with just Melina. There were plenty of
Hold on, there were plenty of cases of him
examples.
sharing sex tapes with third parties without consent.
Not without consent.
No, do you
but
see? Do you
just
see the
sharing in
problem here?
general.
So that doesn't work in your favor. Because you're saying that there
I
were
mean,
cases.
again,
If there are cases, no,
the
hold on.
existence of
If there are
consent is a
cases of him,
dispute.
if there are cases of him sharing nudes with consent, then why on earth would he get an implicit one from Pixie, but not from these other people? Whilst Pixie also doesn't want to admit to them having sex on podcasts and doesn't want to admit to them having sex in DGG, and Destiny's also keeping it on the down low. But somehow, whilst all of that is happening, she's given him the permission to share it around as he pleases when her fucking face is in the video. Like, how stupid do you think she is?
I don't know if mind you're going to repeat that last bit?
You're breaking up big time.
One second. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's just very, very bad connection.
It might be something to do with. One second.
Chido also, I don't know if Chido's still here or if I can see that there is something going on in Chud's Twitch chat, in Chud's stream. I will we'll cover that later because it seems to be some kind of like a Destiny related debate. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
sorry, I was just getting 5,000 ping for some reason out of nowhere.
You're all right. What I would propose we do is we because I've just been told that there is something pertinent to this case happening on Chud's channel, so I'd like to tune into that. If we could, because I feel like we've been circling the drain a decent amount now. If we could just do sort of like if you want to do an ending statement or anything of that variety, and then if you want to call in again at some point, then by all means. But for now, I'd like to wrap this up and move on to the other content.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Just as a final point, again, we're talking about people who live very different lives from the average person viewing them. We're talking about people who are completely different from us, so it's difficult to judge their internal narratives to each other, internal narratives, internal interactions. And when we're talking about ideas of implied consent or explicit consent, it's very difficult because, again, the reason I started this whole case with my whole case for Destiny with this case of Pixie versus Destiny only probably exists because he doesn't have a written record of her consenting, is because he probably is only able to argue for implied consent because he doesn't have that piece of evidence. So that's my understanding. If I'm judging him on his own standards, on the standards of his peers as I witnessed them, and the idea of he did nothing wrong is from those standards. If I was judging him by my own standards, which are far stricter, this sort of lifestyle is completely foreign to me, and I would never participate in it, and I think less of people who do. So I think it's important we don't forget that. And then secondly, I think it's important that we don't judge people to the point of recommending some of the harshest sanctions in the world, like being put on a sex registry, which to many people call civil death, basically in the United States, for something that is very much in question. I think in a criminal matter, he would most certainly, just with what's existing, never get convicted, simply because it's impossible to prove he did anything wrong without reasonable doubt that he didn't. So I think that's my whole point. My initial claim was pretty strong. Your initial claim was pretty strong. And again, we can agree to disagree. It's been fun chatting with you. You're a great streamer, and I wish you the best of luck in your further endeavors. Have a wonderful evening, guys.
I appreciate you calling in, and if you'll ever want to do that again, just hit me up.
All right, well, have a wonderful evening, and goodbye, guys. And, Poland is awesome. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, sorry about the abrupt end there. I would have normally done a closing statement as well, but you guys are fully aware of my opinions on the topic, right? There's just no need from my side of things. I wanted to be courteous to somebody calling in. There is something happening on Chud's channel, which Chido is crazily linking. I do want to check that out. What is the... Can I have like a TLDR? I'm steaming. I would... Oh, he's not... Is he not on Twitch? Is he on YouTube? Is he just no longer streaming on Twitch? Beans, I will, if not today, then tomorrow for sure, jot down whatever like the strongest points you're saying, and we can do this. It's just this is pertinent to literally what we were talking about right now. So I feel like, how many fucking platforms am I going to be looking for this dipshit on? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Well, this is to check past Twitter usernames from the sounds of it.
No.
Hell.
No. No.
Okay.
Do you want me to show you what this gives? I can, if you want to, I can run it on you and show you what it gives, and you can tell me if you're okay with it.
Well, let's focus on this, and then maybe we can look at that later.
Okay.
Okay, what am I missing here? What am I missing here, gang?
So,
no, I know, Beans, I know, but I'm saying to jot them down anyway.
I'm just going to toss it over to one of the unrelated redacted friends. So who is this supposed to be?
I will message it to you. Hold on right now. 1 second.
Fuck, where is Cheeto when you need him? Is this something that I can do right now? Or is this... Okay, this is fucking Kino. Okay, I feel like if Cheeto's saying this is Kino, then...
So I didn't include them.
Cheeto, is this no? No to what, Cheeto? I asked you when I have ADHD, Cheeto. You can't just say no. You have to do full sentences. Full sentences. You cannot do it right now. Fuck, but then how do I keep you here? And they're... Oh, fuck, they're on kick. Yeah, there's going to be slurs. Fuck. Okay, we're going to do it tomorrow, but we are doing it tomorrow. This is to do with the... This is to do with, like, a big fucking thing, isn't there? Shit, I want to fucking cover this, though. I've been having a good time. Gang, chat, if you're in here and you enjoyed this conversation, this debate, if you enjoyed my performance in it, throw your boy a coin. Throw your boy $1. I have donations open. I have a daily goal of subscription and biddies that we have not as of yet met. If you would like for me to continue this type of content, then all it takes is coinage, which I greatly appreciate. There was going to be a big reveal, but now I wanted Cheeto to be here for it, and now I kind of don't know, because I don't want to rein in on people's parade if you guys are watching Chud. But also, are you watching Chud, or is it just Cheeto? Because sometimes I feel like I look to Cheeto like a thought leader, you know, like the tismic being of proportions difficult to describe. And no, only Cheeto. I did not enjoy that person. Look, we have to have debates with people that we do not at all respect the positions of, for no other reason than so that, first of all, content, second of all, I am rusty as fuck when it comes to debates. I need practice, bro. I just need a practice. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to do a little bit of debate review. However, we are going to do the debate review alongside doing something else that I want you guys to decide on, kind of. Now, Beans. How do you do this thing on OBS where I can check something out before I, like, click on it? Because I kind of want to make sure. It's the studio mode, yeah, but where is that? Can I turn that on right now, or is this something that had to have been on earlier? It's something that had to have been on earlier, right? Oh, it's all good. I just did not enjoy it, you asked. Wait, you didn't enjoy that segment, or did you just not like the guest? Because those are two different things, you ancient fuck. I am waiting, Beans. I am waiting. This is Beans, by the way, right here. She's gonna say some silly shit. I have bad ADHD, which I'm not treating, which has had a negative impact on my life by and large, but also, you know, I'm able to sort of keep things collected for the most part. I need to scroll up to what I promised to do for my last subathon for certain goals that we've reached, because I do not remember. Okay, yeah, so this was one of the goals, kinda. You're getting it ahead of time. All right, studio mode. What is this going to do to me now? Okay, and do I click transition in order for it to be sent over to the other stream? Beans, is that how it works? Yes. Okay, so if I click this now, it shouldn't fuck anything up. Okay, for you guys, I'm still on the same screen, right? I'm still, there's beans right here, nothing's changed, yes or no? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so this is a work in progress, okay? I'm going to send you an image of this later in Discord, because I can't show it to you, okay? But what I've done is, I've done a big smart. So, first of all, let me transition. Then you can turn off studio mode anytime. Okay, so if I click transition now, it should bring us over. I think. Hopefully. It did transition, right? Yeah, I'm no longer a VTuber, now I'm a PNG tuber. And what you can see, I think, is a wooden desk. Success. Okay, one thing at a time, but we are getting there. So one of the things from my subathon, one of the rewards, was that for the next subathon, we're going to do a handcam stream, right? However, since then, I've kind of gotten into Warhammer. And up until today, Warhammer has been like a hobby of mine, you know what I mean? And my fiance's, away from the stream. I would talk to you about this now and then, but I wouldn't engage you in it. Like, not in the way that we're doing today, right? Now, we can't do painting just yet, because I need to see if this works, and then I need to do a different setup, because I'm short-sighted, so when I paint, I zoom my fucking face in, and then I'm going to dox myself. But what I can do is a little bit of this. And what we can do, now that you can see my hands right here, is build figurines together. Now, I am wearing gloves. I am wearing gloves with cut-off fingers, because I need to, you know, be able to touch things. I'm wearing gloves because I don't want you to see any of the tattoos that I have, right? Because I'm paranoid about being recognized. These gloves were, I think, €3 on AliExpress. So I'm already in the shit here, money-wise. There's a fucking bit of the glove coming off here. Should probably cut that off. But what it means if you bent over, or what we would see is the bald head if you bent over, I have a massive fucking nose. That fucker would be in the shot first. It is bad, okay? Sometimes it gets in the way when I'm kissing my fiance. It is impactful. Trim up those loose strings. Okay, do you know what? I can actually do that. Maybe not. Hold on. Fuck, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. I can do that because I've got one of these, right, for the figurines. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. It's not ideal, but it'll do, it'll do. The reason why I've got that here is because whilst I won't be painting, I can be assembling. So we are going to pick something that I will be tinkering with over here while we watch Beans' debate performance. We have two options, okay? Two. There we go. I need to get used to doing this, right? Two options. Also, femboy hands. Do you see how skinny my fingers are? Eternal fucking struggle. No matter how much you lift, even now that I'm getting a little bit, you know, fatter on the belly, nothing that you do changes these at all. It's always just fucking femboy hands through and through. Some people like it. Some people give money for it, I've heard. Makes my dick look massive in my hand, because obviously small hands. But it also brings struggle. Show nose gets recognized in public due to nose reveal. I'm more concerned about my tattoos and shit, you know? That's the thing that I don't want you to see. Although I will say, if you've got an idea of who I might be in real life, with my voice, I feel like you're gonna know. Right? You're gonna know. So we have two options for today. I can either continue assembling... Fuck, hold on, because this shit's gonna go everywhere. I can continue... This is kind of reflective. That's a bad idea. Hold on, I have another idea. This is gonna be great. One sec, chat. It is genuinely incredible how smart I am. Because I've prepared for this. It might just take me a sec to set it up, but I figured, on the off chance there's gonna be something reflective, I bought a balaclava as well. So now, even if I lean really, really forward... No, to be fair, I have to lean ridiculously forward. The point is I'm wearing a balaclava now, so if there is something shining here, it should not be shining on anything I don't want it to shine on, I don't think. So we can either do these ratmen right here, because I've got another 20 of these to build for my fiance's spearhead, or... Fuck. That I also... See, I have this on like a gooseneck thing, so any impact on the table makes this fucker shake, but I've taped my camera onto it after grabbing it normally, so there is zero chance it will fall off, because I've got tape around the entire camera taped into the gooseneck that's already like clamped onto it, you know what I mean? Or, option number 2, Jesus Christ, it is fucking getting warm in the balaclava, holy shit. Option number 2 is I've got cheap second-hand dragon. So we can do a dragon. Or we can carry on with the ratman. I need to take this balaclava off. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Had it on for like 30 seconds and I'm already dying. Rat? Rat? Okay, we've got a lot on the rat. Hold on, if I do this, is it going to be visible? Yes, it is. Look at us go. Okay, where do we want the... Window and window. Where do we want this? Do we want this, like, here? So it gets less in the way, kinda? I feel like here is good, right? Or we can do... No, we can't do that. Can't do this. Here?
Nice keyboard.
Thank you, Stepan, and thank you for the 380 biddies. This also means that we have now made the biddies goal for today. 2 more subbies, chat. 2 more subbies. Who is the Indian girl in that video? Oh, she a proper retard, bro.
BTW no mousepad is crazy.
You don't need a mousepad, okay? It is not necessary for anything. Don't worry, dude, your shiny bald head would reflect the light and flashbangers. I haven't shaved since Tuesday, so I've actually got a little bit of hair going on. Stepan's right. Look, I've had a mousepad before, I just don't need one right now. Okay, but you said rat, man. So here's what we need to do. I need to set up the bases. Bear with me 2 seconds, because I need to have the bases somewhere in here that I can reach for and retrieve in my hour of need. These can go right here, I think. The spruce, I'm just going to keep here. We are on the on the 3rd one. So we've made the champion. I made this one. Now I'm on 31. Okay, so I feel like we might as well just get into it now, you know?
It fucks up your mouse tracking and the gliding bits on the bottom of it.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Your mother has carnal relations in exchange for coin. Yeah, get fucking destroyed, mate. Fucking obliterated. Thank you for the 380 biddies, Stepan. You're the best, my friend. Is that the Eshin/Ninja Skaven box? Yes, it is. Yes, it's from the City of Ash. I've already built all of the Cities of Sigmar ones, and now I'm going to be building the Ratmen for my fiance. Do you ever get looks in Polish public if people hear you switch from Chris English to Polish? I get looks if I speak English, yeah. I don't get looks if I speak Polish. Speaking Polish is pretty normal here.
Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of
2025 Global
cross-ideological space, where we come together to talk about issues both
Fuck
political
you in
and
waiting
cultural.
on waiting room. I have a thing to say to you, streamer man take.
Streamer man take. Is it pressing things, Stepan, or can we do them either a little bit later or just in like a quick 2 minutes? Because I kind of have everything set up now, you know what I mean? Quick 2 minutes? Alright, quick 2 minutes and then we're delving in. Just because you keep giving me money, Stepan, okay? How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. First of all, fuck you! My mother doesn't fucking sleep with people for coinage.
Well, you know, there's opinions that contradict that out on the grapevine.
Yeah, you would say so. Second of all, fucking no mousepad is crazy.
I used to feel the same, and then I got rid of my mousepad, and I'm kind of just alright with it, you know?
I mean, the texture on your fucking desk fucks up the gliding bits on the bottom of the fucking mouse.
I mean, you say that, but I've had it like this for a while, and I've played like shooter games with this and shit, and it's okay.
I mean, it is making like micro fucking tears on the gum and stuff like that, or rubber, maybe.
I have one of those like it uses laser at the bottom.
I'm not talking about the tracking stuff. I'm like the bits of the mouse. Like if you turn your mouse around, there are like rubber bits to make it glide better on the fucking surfaces. So
oh yeah, but at this point, I've had it like this for like 2 years now, you know? If those are going to get fucked up, they've already gotten fucked up. I will take that into consideration if I have to change my mouse, but at this point, it's like a rest in peace situation, you know?
Yeah, so just fucking... Alright, we're fucking up your shit. Yeah, great.
Look, if you wanna call in again later, then by all means, I will be... I don't know how long I'll be on for today, because obviously I've got work tomorrow, but I will be... You're always welcome. I don't need to say this, you know.
I know, right? But fuck you for making fun of my mother.
I'm not making fun of your mother. Her services are needed in the society. It's well appreciated. I am very pro. I am very pro sex work. Come on.
I don't give a fuck about how pro about sex work you are. I'm throwing shit amount of money your way. So fuck you.
Look, that's my love language, okay? That's my love language. Ask
Yeah,
Lua. Lua will confirm.
You say that shit, but I don't give a flying fuck.
Alright.
Out of the picture.
You will be back here.
Oh yeah, I will, maybe, but
The cold grows.
No money for you, streamer man.
Come on, we're missing 2 subs. We're missing 2 subs from the Daily Girl. Come on, man.
Who too bad?
All right, I'll talk to you more later, buddy.
You reap what you sow, you motherfucker.
Hey, look, I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, and you're just not getting any subs or BTs anymore. Bye bye.
How tiny are these rats? These are very small. It's the spearhead, Chido, you were asking earlier. This is the Eshin spearhead, the ratman. Do I need to start this off later, or am I okay from the very beginning?
From the silly to the serious. And today,
hey, Ruby, how you doing, love?
A fairly serious topic. I wanted to talk about populism, okay? That's something that I think is rising in American politics and has been for a while. And I got some thoughts, and I wanted to kind of bring some folks together.
Assembling this shit is always confusing as fuck to me.
And so I want to thank all of my guests here for joining me, and we're going to get to it.
I was meant to go in like this.
Chance to introduce yourself, give some opening thoughts on what you think populism is, what we should do about it, whether it's good or bad, ugly,
like this.
what.
Just have to put some glue on in a sec when I found out how this...
Let's start with Gibbs. Go ahead.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. Excuse me 1 second here. Yeah, so, apologize for that. Yeah, so basically with populism, it comes around every so often. Usually, I feel like, especially in American politics, it arrives when it's like a north-south transition as opposed to a left-right, where people feel like disenchanted.
Sorry, it's called, fuck. Hold on, Chido. I will... It's from the... There is a new box that I bought. It's called City of Ash. It's the Ratman spearhead from City of Ash.
with the current system, and we get people like William J. Bryan back in the day.
Skaven,
We
they're
had
called,
Theodore
sorry.
Roosevelt. Now we got Donald Trump. I think Bernie Sanders was a left-wing answer to what Trump is now on the right-wing side. So we have this every so often, and I think it can be good and bad at the same time. The reason why populism even exists is because it feels like people feel like they're being disenfranchised, and they're trying to get something done about it. And I think that's the case here. Trump has been put in office via populism, and now there's seeing some changes. Whether that's good or bad, I'm sure we'll get into the debate.
Beautiful. Glad to be here. Glad to have you here, I should say. We'll get into it as
Come
well.
on, Wick. You've been doing this for 4 years. You shouldn't be confusing.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ice Beans.
We know
and
her.
I would
Let's
say
go, Ice
that
Beans. Shit on him. Call him a cunt.
There are a lot of criticisms that
Call
can
him
be
a
levied
cunt.
against populism, and I certainly
fuck?
am one of those people that can
Hold on.
levy those criticisms. But I will say that I can see there being a utility for populism, especially if it falls under some pretty strict guidelines, in my opinion. I think that regardless of what we think, whether we think that it's bad or it's good, it is a force that needs to be reckoned with and hopefully could be harnessed. And we have to deal with it, basically, whether we like it or not. And so I would rather utilize it for my own ends than to just kind of let it flow in the wind and have everything happen to me.
Yes, we can use the ring to save Gondor. But thank you for being here. I appreciate
Fuck.
you.
There we go.
Joe
Okay.
Lewis.
All right,
Please
Colin,
stick together.
Chill.
You're okay.
I need to get my glasses. I can't
Joe,
see shit.
what's up, brother?
Good opening, Beans, for what it's worth. Short, straight to the point.
you're muted.
Your opinion is very clear. You aren't
Give him a
muted
second,
when you
man.
start talking.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Joe Lewis. People know who I am. Joe
Okay,
Lewis with
there we
2
go.
O's on most socials.
I'm going to put some more glue here on the
So
back.
when I think about
just so that it
populism,
stays.
it fundamentally gets one thing right for me, which is politics requires conflict. There's no democracy without an us and a them. The idea that society can become a purely consensus-driven, purely technocratic, or purely neutral is unrealistic
21
to
and
me.
24.
Political struggle is permanent because people have different interests, identities, and visions for a society. And I think populism also makes a critical mistake when it treats the people as though it is a stable,
24.
permanent category. In a robust society, the us and them is always dependent on the issue, the context and the material conditions that people are living through. The common people are not one unified political identity, nor should we want them to be. And for me, democracy should be understood less as procedure and more as governance. So the idea of like an ongoing activity of maintaining, cultivating, and improving the realities of people.
Where the fuck
That
is
also
21?
changes how we think about leadership and antagonism. Political opponents are not enemies that must be destroyed, but contextual adversaries engaged through discourse, struggle, and debate. And finally, it might come up later, but I'll just preempt it now. Populism doesn't become, and it is not popularism. So just because something is popular or reflects majority sentiment does not automatically make it good, just, or socially beneficial. The role of politics is not simply, to mirror public desire, but to govern responsibility within a pluralistic and constantly changing society.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, and we'll get into it.
We will continue this in literally 2 seconds. I need to go and get my glasses. I can't see fucking shit. I didn't realize up until this exact moment, where I can't just zoom it into my face because then it's off camera, that I'm fucking legally blind. I want to see those 2 subbies by the time I'm back though, chat. Come on. I am back. How are we doing, chat?
As we go, Tolly, go ahead. It's been a while. Nice to see you, Tolly, by the way.
Great to see you, Wick. Thanks for having me. I am Tollybots, former co-host with Wick TV here at Tollybots on Twitter, and
I cut off a small piece a second ago, and I don't know where it went because I went to get my glasses and now it's gone. It's not good. I need that. It was this one, 21, the leg. Did anyone see where it went?
I stream a couple times a week with Kay, a mod in this chat at Morally Neutral, so check us out over there. I think, like Icebean said, whether we like it or not, populist messaging is here right now with force. And so I do think
yes,
we're going to need to make the best of it. I think it's understandable how political messaging, populist rhetoric is a useful tool. However, I think ultimately populism is destructive on a number of counts. Number one, it's a lie. It's almost never so simple and true that it is, you know, that all of these elites are kind of working together to hold the regular person down. I think it inclines people towards learned helplessness. I think it just fuels grievances that lead very quickly into conspiracy theory. And so while I really see our political divide right now as kind of a fight between the populism and accelerationists and the kind of moderate, classically liberal institutionalists. And I'm rooting for the institutionalists in this battle long term.
Okay, well, thank you for your support, and I'm glad to have it. Glad to have you here. Last but certainly not least, and at least until Dev finishes up whatever he's doing.
Dev's on this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually agree with what a lot of people were saying here. I mean, populism unfortunately does tend to fall in this category of thought-terminating cliches. You'll have, well, here's the bad guys, here's the out group.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Almanax.
Everything can be just simply defined into this box, and we're the good guys, and they have the bad policies. And so long as we defeat them, then everything will be good.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
It is usually not that simple. Sometimes it is. And populism does kind of capitalize on a lot of good policy and good ideas, and sometimes that gets mixed in with the bad stuff. So I'm kind of with Icebeans, where it's going to get worse. People are going to get more frustrated. The quality of living is going to go down. The wealth disparity is going to go up, and populism is going to get more popular. And they're going to be capitalizing on real issues that are affecting everyone. And I think so long as we are able to take what the actual grievances are and point them in the right direction, and make sure we're having nuanced conversations about, hey, like this billionaire or that billionaire, or like what actually is the systemic problem going on here, and not just, hey, if we just defeat Wall Street, then everything will be good for us, then I think it's totally fine. And I just want to make sure that there isn't this, rise of completely uninformed and silly, just let's go do good things movement that is unfortunately never going to work, and will probably disillusion people more once they realize that they can't just simply solve every world problem. But yeah, I'm
well, it's also different people have different world problems, right? Like the idea that there is a world problem for us all to agree on. It's just not how it ever goes, you know? It'd be nice, but it just isn't how it goes.
I'm bullish on populism.
Mike picking up twice? Is it? Did it just start, or that's not normal? Are we back to? Is it back to normal now? Oh, hold on. Are we back to? Is it back? What the fuck? How did I do that? Huh. Check your audio source. Nothing. Any better? Hold on. Check your audio source. Nothing. Any better? Hold on. Oh yeah, that was weird. Huh.
As long as we use it well.
See, this is why I wanted to have this conversation, and I appreciate y'all being here. And Dev will come when he comes. But I guess for me,
she said.
That is what she said. For me, populism is not really an ideology at all, right? Or it's barely one. It's more of like a rhetorical way of politicking, where you create different groups and say, these are us, those are them, and if the us succeeds, the people, the real people, then we will defeat the them, and it doesn't really actually do anything or fix anything. Does anyone disagree with that kind of framing of what populism is? That's my understanding of populism.
Well,
I think
mean, like,
the last part.
Oh, go. One
I
at a
think
time.
it's like super important before we move on to really like clearly, because we all said a bunch like different variations of kind of similar stuff and some deviations, right? So I'm just gonna like lay this out, and then maybe as people disagree, and it's a good place to start. Like, I think populism is just a stance. It's just an idea of an us versus them, which can manifest in a variety of different ways. It can mean the common person versus the elite. It could mean the American versus the immigrant. It could mean the worker versus the boss. Like, this idea of us versus them is the stance. And then that us versus them can mean a bunch of different things in political context.
What Joe's saying.
Go ahead, Soy, then Ice Beans.
Well, I just want to say, like, just to be more specific, like, there's lots of us versus them. You can have like populist
Yeah, Beans
fascism.
looks
Fascism
hench
isn't
as
necessarily
fuck.
populist. So the idea of populism, I think, just to narrow down your definition of what you're trying to get at here, it's usually common people. Like, this is what everyone wants, versus like, oh, the elites don't have your interest, the government doesn't have your interest, the establishment doesn't have your interest, right? Like, that's sort of what you would narrow it down to, or.
I'm saying if there's a consensus there, we can use that as the floor. But if there's not, then we're going to be kind of stuck.
Well,
Is that what
yeah,
I'm saying?
I mean,
I agree with
I agree, and to kind of simplify it for Wick, because I see you being confused. It's more of like,
hold on, I'm not confused.
Wick, you're very confused.
I gotta get my.
He doesn't know what
Not
it's
yet.
I gotta get the
Yeah,
Wick
might get
slander.
confused
Hell yeah,
later.
shit
okay?
on him.
Frankly, he's the
Yeah,
most
yeah,
I
confused
do get
guy.
confused, right? But
it's I see it as a tool that could be used or could be
I fucking
like
hate these rats.
essentially taken advantage of. I don't necessarily see populism making any claims as to like whether its whether its policies are sound or whether this person will actually be a good governance when they actually get elected. It doesn't make any claims in that regard, at least not to me. So
Well,
that's kind of how I see
it's
it.
making it's making claims insofar as like populists believe
promises.
that
It's making
sure, yeah,
promises.
that
But like you
right,
can say that Trump, for example, is a great populist. Is he a good governance? That is a different question, right? Like, is he?
well, I
a
don't
good
think the two need to be.
yeah, I want to hear.
That's
from
what I'm saying, is that the concept
Yeah,
doesn't.
I want to. Hold on. We gotta narrow it down a little bit. I want to hear from Tolly if you're finished. Then I want to hear from Gibbs a little bit, and then if Joe's satisfied with everyone's kind of definition here, we can move on.
Yeah, I mean,
Gibbs,
good governance. I
wanna-
don't think was.
There.
Oh, I'll finish up, Tolly. Then
Oh,
give
sorry.
it to Gibbs.
It's meant to go in like that.
Okay, yeah, good governance. I don't think is like it's not a success is not a requirement for any type of political ideology or framework. I think populism is maybe more of a framework than just a rhetorical tool. Although people, I think, use it. Maybe cynically use the language of populism as a political tool, but it really is a framework of viewing the world. It is us against them, and so populists feel certain that they are on the right side of that. And
Trump
I
is a
think
populist, yes.
maybe part of to what you're saying, experience is like I think a problem inherent in populism, and you're seeing this with the backlash against Donald Trump, is that once you get elected and get power, then you become part of the elite, whether that is,
Well, it's not even necessarily that. Obviously, that's a part of it, but the problem that you've got right now, well, the problem that you've got historically, is that populists run on populist policies, and then when they're in power, they don't do anything to enact those populist policies, because they've gone and fucked up and they have no interest in realizing them, right? Does that make sense?
in ways that are true or imagined. And so you lose the support of the people, and it feels like a witch hunt essentially that never ends. And so I think I'm as someone who wasn't as plugged in, in the beginning of the Trump era. I was still on the left at that point and didn't have the same concerns about populism then as I do now. I think we should all be really wary of populism because I think once you let the rat in the house, it's going to be very hard
Rat.
to get it out.
Rat.
I
Right in the
agree
house.
with a lot of what's being said. Like probably like 90% of it. The issue is, I think there needs to be included some aspect with this us versus them. There needs to be some sort of like like crisis or some kind of like upsetting aspect to this. Like, right. So I'll use beef because I feel like that's the one I'm familiar with. Right. I think you could be populist and be like pro rancher, like, oh yeah, all the ranchers do it, and then do something like Trump did, where he's like, and go after the meat packers, and then at the same time he wants to appeal to his broader base, where he's like, okay,
You feel me, Leonard. You feel me, buddy.
beef guys, they're gonna have to suffer while I bring in these other these outside stuff so that my popular base will get it. So you can have like competing populist policy and ideas just within a single movement, because I think it's just like populism is just an answer to a feeling of disenfranchisement for the most part from all the sides. That's why it's so nebulous. I think. I don't know if you'll agree or disagree.
I think it's clear. Like the reason why I ask this is because it all sounds like we're all saying the same thing, but I want to make sure the floor exists here. There's like a confrontation we can hash that out, because it all sounds like you're saying that populism is a framework of positionally placing one group against another. If we were to just oversimplify that, is that a fair representation of what everything else said?
Well, it could be multiple groups. Like that's why I use beef, right? So
Yeah,
you would say the ranchers.
I would say that's the base.
Without nuance, is that the floor?
Yeah, that's a fair.
It really is the people and the elite. Like I don't think it really is the people and the elite, and
us versus them.
Sure, yeah.
It's just an oversimplification. It's usually elites are involved, because otherwise it's like, why not blacks versus whites back in the 40s or whatever, right? Like that's not
right. That's not exactly. And populism, a lot of it turns into different groups, right?
Chino, I don't know. No. This is a separate core book. I think that's what it's called. This came inside the box. It's a separate thing. I don't actually know if this is available online, because sometimes they don't publish them too early. You'll have to find other people publishing them. You know what I mean? There might not be one of these online yet. I think this is called Rixit's Claw Pack. Kill pack, something like that. If you type that into Google with build instructions, maybe you'll find something, but I'm not sure, Chino.
So in populist movements, you see a sort of nativist sentiment that comes up, especially in right-wing populist movements. And so, yes, they see the elite as bringing the foreigners in. So it's still the people versus the elite, even though other groups might get stigmatized or scapegoated in some way.
$10.
I understand what you're saying.
Just real quick, $10. My chat's weighing in.
Come on,
okay? The last
fucking
bastion
money
says
whore.
Populism is just a framing device.
I get him, though, to be fair. I do the
versus
same.
Them, the powerful. This is why MAGA needs a deep state. Something to blame. It doesn't provide a solution, just a boogeyman to be angry at. Thank you for the $10.
Yeah, the reason why I say us versus them, and then there's like different delineations of.
Why do I not get $10 with some absolute fucking five head saying that there's a deep state? I'd gladly take the tenner.
That is because I think that's just a natural occurrence in society.
Oh, as I'm I'm
right?
just taking it. I actually quite like Wick.
You're going to have an anti-capitalist. A capitalist cannot exist by itself as a fixed point in history. It's in relation with everything else around it.
But Joe, there has to be more to it than that. Otherwise, everything's populism. So I do think the idea.
No. But I'm saying that like you're close. It's wrong, but close. Like to have you, what makes you is everything else that isn't you. So for instance, I'm a communitarian. I'm a communitarian because of the things that don't make me communitarian.
What's
Both
a communitarian?
Very important. So a capitalist is a capitalist not only because of how they define themselves, but how it's in relationship with everybody else. So the us versus them in terms of like populism and conflict is going to grow in different ways, right? Like when Gibbs was talking about beef, there's going to be people who are in support of beef cultivation or whatever sort of farming adjacent thing is. Like we'll say
Look at the this is timestamp to skip past definition mugging. Okay. I shall be doing that right now. What was this is timestamp? This. Hold on, I'm a big streamer, man. This messages scrolling up 3410. thing.
Yeah, the elite could be like a
That's where we are.
system. It could be the
Yes,
elite,
the elite-
literally. Like
oh,
it
I
could
mean-
be a stand-in, right? That's what you're like. Why are we getting so hung up on this?
Yeah, let's say, look, if the elite can be a system, we
It's
can all
the
just
30
agree and
minutes.
move on
It's
to
the
the
30
actual
minutes of
Yeah,
definition
that's
mogging.
what
It's
I'm
the
saying.
30 minutes of definition mogging. It happens every
Sure.
time.
Okay, but some people are wrong online. Anyway, and I do think it is very important carrying on to kind of
Yeah, if you think that
what
all that's
is
the elite, then
the
I'm
thing.
cool with that. But
But let's move on. Some of you have mentioned that you are willing to use populism. Well, I guess, does anyone here think that populist rhetoric has made our country better? Like in the last 10
Yes.
years or so, where populism has been on the rise, has
absolutely,
populism made it better? You say yes.
Yep.
Why?
Absolutely.
I guess.
Absolutely not.
Okay, we
No.
have disagreement. So
Yeah,
go
no.
with
I don't know
why
about
you think
better.
it is, and then we can hear
absolutely.
why it's
I would
not.
say like it's really short for me that it's how the conflict was engaged with, how the antagonism emerged, is why I take issue with. But the conflict itself, I don't think is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how healthcare has shifted in the conversation, Bernie's
But the way how that conflict came about is because of populism, right? No, Chido. All of them come with instructions. It's just these instructions are sometimes not available online when the box is newly released. As in, you get the physical copy inside your box, and then that's what you've got. Hold on, I will look for this for you, because I am...
populist rhetoric that started in 2016, I think,
I
has
wanna
shifted this
help.
country in such a good way in terms of making sure the Overton window includes, we need to completely overhaul and reform and get some sort of public option here where, you know, Obama was pushing for one, but the populist rhetoric, first of all, Obama did capitalize on populist rhetoric. That's how, like, the whole change movement was, and like, oh, we need to give you healthcare. No one's getting it. This is, our country's behind. Bernie did this as well, and I think has moved the conversation in such a positive way.
Are you wearing gloves because you have PII on your hands, or because you've bush pilled and your hands are cold? A bit of both, mate, a bit of both. Tattoos. I don't want you to see the tattoos.
Way that this would not have happened but for the populist rhetoric.
But why do you disagree?
Then I don't
Dev?
know, Chido. Because I didn't look into it. I just,
mainly
what I
because
have in
it's
the
led
box
to
is
a
what I
whole
have.
bunch of distrust in institutions, and you might have had some short-term gain, but it's been a whole lot of long-term
Well,
pain.
the question wasn't, was it net good? The question was, has it done good? So we can
Or has it
disagree
been
on the
good
minutia
for
there.
America or not?
Okay, well, the difference between good and net good is kind of important here. I guess.
Sure. I think it's been a net bad insofar as populist rhetoric got Trump elected, and that's been a horrible thing for our
Both
country,
exist.
so.
Both are true realities, right?
Fake news. It's been a great thing. But I think, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Did you just have a
Oh
stroke?
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's been good. Like even,
What was that?
even with stuff I don't agree with, like Joe brought up the Overton window on the healthcare. Like I think it's getting pretty common. Like, hey, okay, why are we spending all this money doing X, Y, Z when we're the richest country in the world? We should have the best healthcare, right? Like that comes across. I've even moved positions on some shit. Like, okay, I've been pretty anti-tax, like taxes going to welfare programs for a long time. Now I'm seeing all this fraud. And I'm going, hey. You know what? Maybe it's just because of a product of the fraud, and maybe these programs actually would work if we gutted them and put people in there that were supposed to do it the right way. I'd be willing to see that. Oh, Lord and Lord, bro. We don't need to have that debate now. But like we're seeing like this all over the place, right? And I'm just seeing like these kind of sentiment of where like people felt disenfranchised and they're looking for an answer, whether it's the system, whether it's lead. And that's why I think Trump is in office now, and why Bernie
Bumhole. Why? Why has he got a bumhole? I imagine that we're gonna stick a fucking tail up there, but why has the plastic got a bumhole?
he was popular before, and it's just there is like some sort of disenfranchised group in America. And I think it's the average person. Like they can look back and see what they were doing during the 50s, the 60s for what people were doing, and they're going, why don't we get to have our house at this price at our cost of living? Why do I have to suffer?
We live in
like,
a different world. That's
Sure,
the
I
problem
agree.
with populism.
Yeah, I
is
know. Like the problem,
it feeds on people's grievances and it sells them lies. So it's not sustainable in that sense. And then again, you sell them lies. Then you get your people elected. They can't actually deliver on what you want, and so then they become the elite that you hate and try to tear down too.
Gibbs, what I'm
this is an example.
One at a time. Hold on. Ice Beans finish, and then Joe can go.
Yeah, no. This is exactly an example of how populism is utilized specifically to make our country worse. This idea that there's widespread fraud and that is exemplary of these welfare programs, and in so using that as an excuse to gut these programs is exactly the problem. Yes, correct. it has been used for bad.
Gibbs, I see your face. Gibbs, I see your face there. Listen, Nick Shirley is a fucking loser. Okay.
I might. I mean,
We're
okay,
not having the
let's
fraud debate today.
Yeah, it's
Let's not
crazy.
bully the mentally
No,
disabled
but
here.
it's absolutely like.
Wait, didn't you hear?
anything.
That's what the vice president announced today. That's his big boy job in the White House. Is that he's
Oh
going
my fucking god!
after.
Didn't he just go back to fucking couches?
He could do that for a
Oh
while.
my
Yeah.
god.
It sounds. I mean, it sounds like not a bad idea in theory, but yeah, that's the new thing that he announced today is that they're going to enforce states.
This is a
to-
problem I think with populism.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea in
called.
theory on some cases, but then when you look at how it's implemented and what happens because of it, everything goes to shit. Right? We talk about
bad
like
things happen. Therefore, we should.
The bottom line is that the populism would work if it was my populism. But because it's your populism, Beans, it's never going to work. But if I was in charge, I'd get good shit done. Very good shit.
Never, ever, ever.
I don't think we.
Yeah,
no. I don't think we should engage in populist rhetoric because it hurts us long term.
Also, sorry for like taking ages on pausing and unpausing. I only cleaned this part of the desk because the camera can pick it up. But in order to clean it, I grabbed all the shit and I put it here behind the camera. And now I don't have room for my stream deck, so I'm clicking everything with my mouse. And it's a little bit of a process here. I'm just trying to get a general vibe check if you like this, or if this is a one and done.
I think it.
I agree with
problem is
the brain rot that can happen from
It's
it.
too sexy. It's
You
too
can't-
sexy. That's why
Yeah,
that's why I'm
I
distressed
have
over
that
this
issue,
because I
yeah.
don't really see how
I am too
either
sexy.
side, or any good candidate is going to win without like feeding that kind of that base instinct that people have, that populist
Good
instinct that people
things
seem to
aren't
have right now.
possible.
I mean, but hold on. Like we just saw, like just last week,
real
like
fast. I was waiting. I love you, friend. So I agree with you, right? Like the realities of rural farmers is a valid reality, and then the challenge then becomes: what are the questions within that reality, and then what are the possible answers within that reality? And something that I think that we all kind of clocked in some form or fashion is that when you have somebody like a Donald Trump saying, this is what the problem is, and then the people go, that's not exactly the problem, but I guess I agree. That to me
Keyboard's
is
far away too,
insufficient. Like a politician's duty is to reflect the reality of the people. So their job is a temporary role of like maintenancing and upkeeping and then changing the realities of everyday people. That's what I think good governance emerges from. And Donald Trump is an example of this. Barack Obama is an example of this, where bad governance emerges when the realities of people is in contradiction with the policies and the solutions that they come about, like the answers to the questions that they're trying to do. Because sometimes the question could be wrong, sometimes the answer could be wrong, sometimes both could be wrong.
I don't really know what he
Wick,
said.
Would you say that Zoran
Yeah,
is a populist?
I think that he used populist rhetoric to get elected, but since he's been elected, I don't see him governing in a populist manner.
See, this is
but I
what I'm
could be
talking about.
wrong.
You're like,
Wait,
well,
wait,
he's doing things
tag
that
me
I
in.
can't disagree with, so it's not
No.
populism anymore.
No,
Well,
tag me in.
Hold on, there's a lot of
No,
things
no,
I
no,
disagree with.
no,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
Stop.
This
Icebeam,
is
shut
no,
up.
this is
Icebeam, stop. I'm answering Soypil's
Okay, go ahead.
question, please. There's a lot of things that people do that I disagree with that aren't populist, right? One of the things that Zoran Mamdani did do recently that I do kind of disagree with.
I don't know, Lua. I don't know if I'm confused because I'm like assembling the minis, or it's just because what he said in the top right corner, sorry, I forget his name. I didn't understand that. I genuinely didn't. And I don't know if the rest of the conversation flows from that. And now I'm lost because I don't understand the premise, or if nobody understood that. So they just moved on. Oh, Quill. Thank you. One day we'll sing together as well. It's not quite going to be yet. But at least, at least we're sort of there. We made a step. There we go. We made a step. And I'm glad you like it, Quill. With every time Peepo sends me $3, like, I'm just going to uncover that little bit of skin, until Twitch bans me, I suppose.
With is pension restructuring. I don't think that's going to end well. I think that the way he's been balancing the budget by pension restructuring, and also he took a bailout from some other people, like that's not sustainable, right? That's not going to work in the long term. It's not. It's like a fake balancing of the budget.
What did
that
Mamdani
populist?
do that you
I
like
don't
that
think
isn't
so.
populism?
Huh?
What did Mamdani do that's you don't like, that you do like, but it's not populism?
What did Mamdani do that I do like that is not populism? Again, populism isn't what you do. And I want to make this clear. It's
how
not
you
what
frame
you
it.
do. It's how you frame it and
did
how
he
you
frame
go
it?
about getting the political will to make it change.
He was
Has
just
he
like,
framed
I'm a
something that you
pragmatic
think is
guy
good?
and I'm not being a brain rotty populist. And you're like, and that's good. What did he do?
Repeat the question.
What's a pro-Mamdani
no.
policy that you're like, I'm good, this is a good thing. However, he did not use populist
let's go,
framing on it.
Chido.
I don't know the framing that he used specifically for this.
Come on,
No, hold
man.
on, you keep doing this. Name something he's done that's populist.
Wait, what's even the
free buses isn't populism.
Hold on, Wick. Don't worry.
Hold on, stop. No, shut up.
Shut
Shut up. Let me answer the question. Let me engage with this. Free busing isn't populist. Why would it be?
Because you're saying, hey, we all do this thing, everyone, and there's this system that lets us get around and work and eat, and some reason this costs us money. No, we all need to make like this a common good for everyone. That's populism.
No, that is not.
Wait.
Oh my god. All
Then
right.
what is it if not
Populism would be like
let me
the
try.
busing industry has raised the rates to enrich their fat cats and the bus CEOs, and therefore we, the people, need to rise up against them and make busing free. I am with you, the people. I am against the fat cat bus CEO.
Oh, fuck. I misclicked like a
He used
motherfucker.
populist rhetoric to get elected, but as I'm answering Soypil's with is pension restructuring. Right, the budget. What did Mom?
Pragmatic guy, and I'm not being a brain rotty populist. And you're like, and that's good. Framing on it.
What's even
the free buses isn't
and there's this system that
populism would be they're fat up against the and make busing free. I am.
For what it's worth, Beans, I don't think he's telling you to shut up because you're a woman. I think he's telling you to shut up because you're brown. I don't think. I think his issue is a little bit elsewhere, you know?
With you, the people, I am against the fat cat bus CEO guys, and therefore that would be populism. Did Zoran Mamdani do that?
Populism is Mamdani filming that ad outside of that billionaire's house and literally pointing up to his house and saying, people like these who don't even live in their primary residence. Right, exactly. Making an enemy out of this rich guy.
Are y'all saying that there's no, like, okay, I just want to be clear what y'all saying. You're saying that there could be no populist policy, period.
I quite like Mamdani,
because
to be
populism
fair.
was only the
Seems like a
rhetoric.
chill
Because if
dude.
that's what you're saying, that's fucking retarded. Like, I'd like William.
Wait, no, hold on. Wait, hold on. No, I want to get in with the
William Jimmy Bryant put out absolute policy
What's
that was
happening,
specifically.
I know. I want to get in before Wick forgets this point. Okay, like to me, it's not necessarily that I don't think that there isn't populist policy, but Zoran Mamdani, I agree with what you were saying, Wick, in that Zoran Mamdani utilized populism to get into power. Now that he is in power, he is governing without all of the overt trappings of populism that he utilized when he was running.
As far as I can tell, and I don't follow him.
That's why you don't see. That's why you don't. I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't utilize that framework sometimes. I'm saying that the things that you actually see, you're not seeing the same. Like you're not seeing the same stuff that you would see out of a Trump governance, where like he still does the campaign rallies, he still talks about deep state, he still blah 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 blah, right? Like so to me it's more, and this is what I would say is a more preferable type of like utilizing populism. You use populism to get in. Once you're in, yes, you can engage in some of that rhetoric. You can even go so far as to do populist policy.
Wait, don't interrupt you,
but
racist
I don't
fuck.
necessarily see like busing as like inherently populist.
Like,
but that doesn't mean I can't be
Medicare for all. These are not populist positions, right? It's
how is Medicare for all not populist?
I was going to say,
if I simply say, hey, I think that our healthcare system is broken, we need to fix it so more people can get healthcare, and we have a Medicare for all system to do that. That is not necessarily populist. Populism is when I say the healthcare system is broken because there are elite, corrupt figures that are looking to hold you down.
Wick,
is the billionaire wealth tax
idea.
populism? Like, is that a populist
These things
policy?
are not, they're not inherently,
No,
they're
not
inherently
necessarily.
populist.
It is when you say the billionaire class needs to cease to exist because they're holding
What
the people
other
down.
reason-
That's why
what
we got
other
to tax
reason
them out
would
of
you tax
existence.
billionaires
That's
on their wealth?
populism.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Merely raising the taxes on a group of people is not populism.
Look, I'm kind of confused here because
I don't know
even
why
in
you're
the
confused. This is
ad-
very simple. I'm
no,
being
no,
very
like, even in the advertisement about the ad about pointing to Ken Griffin's like $200+ million apartment, that was pointing like, hey, this is a thing that exists within our society. This is part of an unjust system, and this is what I'm going to do to tackle this unjust practice. He's not pointing to Ken Griffin, the individual. He is pointing to Ken Griffin as an
Of
example.
course he was. He was literally at his house as an example of a member of the class who was holding you
I was
guys
still
down.
speaking.
It's
I love your friend.
textbook populism.
I was still speaking. I appreciate you, but
Okay,
I'm
I'm
still speaking.
engaging with you. I'm engaging
Yeah, I wasn't.
with you
I wasn't done with the thought. So now you're going to look ridiculous. She was pointing to Ken Griffin
Okay,
not as
you
an
let it rip.
individual, but he was somebody who was participating in that unjust institution and that unjust system. He's not going after Ken Griffin. He's going after the system that produces the practices of a Ken Griffin.
But
that's different.
To do that, he was utilizing.
That's also that's not that. No, I think I get the premise of what he's saying, but no, when you go after. That just makes no sense to me. You can't go after the system that created Ken Griffin. Griffith? It's Griffin, right? If it was Griffith, there's a dude with a big sword who'd sort that one out, is all I'm saying. But you can't, you can't have one without the other, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going after the system that created Elon Musk. I'm sort of saying there's something wrong with Elon Musk, right? And to be fair, there's a lot of wrong with Elon Musk, but you understand what I'm saying.
Populist rhetoric to build support so he can accomplish his goal. His goal in and of itself is not necessarily populist.
So he did it. So he pointed
it's the
at the
way
thing
he goes
and
about it.
did
And
the
$50,
thing.
and
Does
you
that
want to
make
interrupt
it
my money.
populist?
$50 from Pondering Politics to say,
Hey.
Josiah thinks it might be good if we take some time to define populism.
Shut
Oh my God!
Shut
Shut the hell up!
agony.
Are
Hell
you?
no.
I like Josiah.
I think there's a slight conflation. Like, so I also don't think that Medicare for all or single payer is necessarily inherently populist. It's a very common, like, populist, left-wing, especially populist position to take. I think we're almost like conflating, not to use the word socialism in the most derogatory way, but we're almost like conflating populism and socialism here, which I think ironically the populists of the left and the right do end up coming around to more like economically left-wing perspectives, policies, or whatever. But the original populist party in the United States of America, it had a sort of a mixture of what we would consider today to be left and right wing populist positions. So it had a progressive tax system, and it had a rule that made it illegal for foreigners to purchase or own land in the United States. So it is kind of this mixture of what we see still explicitly today on the left and the right. But the populist party, when it failed in America, broke down into several socialist and Marxist parties after that. So there is like something sort of socialist adjacent to populism, and maybe that's what you guys are pointing to when you're saying that Medicare for all is
Well, I don't think it's not that populism is leftist, right? It's just that depending on what country or what sort of demographic you're talking about, there's a lot of readily available leftist policies that can come across as very populistic, simply on account of the fact that you are somehow pretending to be a first world country, but people don't have fucking healthcare, right? So it's easy to go for that angle.
obviously and inherently populist, but there's nothing inherently populist
True,
about
global, that's
saying
true.
that you want to design.
Don't argue on it. Just grant it. Just grant it because this is going to get so fucking annoying.
Okay, no, I am going to try, and then I'm going to grant it. I am going to try, and then
Okay, one at a time. Joe, then Ice Beans.
I am going to, okay.
Tally, respectfully, I tried to disaggregate this idea of elites versus common people as a broad us versus them, and you insisted to inject this idea as a common person versus the elite. Like, we tried to have this disaggregation of a broad us versus them.
What's your
to
point?
be beyond this idea. So to say that we're stuck in
No,
this,
it is the elite, but I didn't.
This is your making. This is your making.
This
is what I'm
seems
trying to say.
non-responsive. What are you saying right now that's a
You made
response
it-
to anything I just
you
said?
made this socialist adjacent. We tried not to do that.
I'm telling you, that's the history of populism in America. I'm going through a short historical record of the Populist Party in America.
Fuck, getting the head in is so difficult.
I'm gonna try
annoying.
one more time, but then yes, I think it's better if we drop this point. Okay, the whole idea of America having the best healthcare is a fundamental lie. You only have the best healthcare if you can afford it. If you are rich enough to afford it. That is the point. That is the specific railing. That is why it is not it's not good to be tied to this idea that there has to be an elite. The elite could be somebody who can afford
Here as well, Lua. Yeah, the rightoid parties here are incredibly populist. It's just in America, people conflate like the notion of socialism with healthcare. So it's like an endless fucking cudgel that they just bash you on the head with like there's no tomorrow.
shitloads of money, like hundreds and thousands of dollars to spend on if they get brain cancer versus
Chris is so based, I'll bring up that exact point in a second. You're welcome, Beans. You're welcome. You can steal any of my talking points. By all means.
like what happens in real life in America where people go bankrupt because of their medical bills. That doesn't mean they have the best healthcare in the world. They do not. So the specific idea of Medicare for all, I don't know about this framing, about the socialist framing or anything like that. But this is why it is not good to relegate yourself to like a really specific, there needs to be a elite. No, it can be as simple as nobody can afford good healthcare.
Just defining the term the way that it's been used historically.
We're not going to loop on this. We're not going to loop this.
And look at what
disagree on this.
It's too late.
We
Literally
fundamentally
what
disagree on this.
FDR has done is exactly
we got other
along
questions.
these lines. This is really silly.
It is really silly. We had a fundamental disagreement here. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna try to get to some interesting production. I think this has been interesting, but a lot of people don't. Soypill, what's your solution then to populist rhetoric? Like, so you mentioned in your opening statement that you want to harness it at certain points. When can you give an example for us, just so we understand when is it okay and when would it not be okay to use populism?
Yeah, sure. So like there's this billionaire tax happening in California, and like the more I look into it, it seems like this is just not the best way to accomplish what the populist goal is, which is, hey, there's a lot of wealth disparity. We want to spread that wealth out. How can we do this the best? How can we raise revenue? How can we make sure these elites are, like feeding into welfare systems or, paying back into the system that made them rich? And if you look at the specific tax, I'm like, it looks like it's a one-time retroactive tax. So even if this doesn't pass, we've already lost revenue from billionaires moving all of their residencies because they don't want to be on the receiving end of this if they were residented in the state past January of this year and it passes in November. 25% of like the projected revenue has already been lost and it hasn't even passed yet. So using populism here to say, guys, elites do have a disproportionate amount of wealth that probably is undeserved to some extent with how much more they have. We could spread this out better. And here's the best way to do that. There are not just these simple solutions where we just say, take the money or tax the wealth. There are ways that you extract this wealth and reintegrate it. And so you take the frustration of people hating the elites for having all this money and say, how's the best way to redistribute that? I think that's capitalizing on populism and then trying to pass a more practical policy. A bad way would be doing this billionaire tax where it's like, okay, it looks like this is not going to get the money we want. It's going to cause all this wealth fleeing. And you're just using this, hey, they're bad, let's get their money. And then you end up making the problem not better. So yeah, there are two ways to tackle this. And as long as you're introducing nuance and practicality and you have projections on how you're capitalizing on the populist rhetoric is actually going to make the problem better, I think that's fine.
Does anyone disagree with what Soypill just said? Aside from me.
No, I don't disagree.
Yeah, because I don't think
I would have a slightly different answer to your question, but that's like I don't disagree with what he said.
Totally.
I don't think I think it's like naive to believe that the populism, not to oversimplify it, but you're essentially dealing with mob rule at that point. And so I think it's naive to believe that you're going to be able to control the mob when you allow it to push you forward. So you ride that wave to get in. And then I don't think that like,
well, yeah, can I piggyback off that, Tally? I think this is really interesting that you're bringing up the mob rule, right? So like we saw Tammany Hall now. The claim, and I know y'all are going to object to what I'm about to say, but that's fine. But the claim that the right has been making, and this is why the drain the swamp or this is populist language, is that there's a corrupt we can call it elite, or in this case, the system, or the uniparty, or the deep state, any one of these picks, excuse me, I'm sorry, and has come in and they've made the system corrupt, and even the stuff that's supposed to be helping the average man is not helping him, whether you're right or left, right? And so this fraud or this perceived fraud and all these
Who saw
things.
it coming,
and so
Who
Trump
saw
has
it coming?
used this populist rhetoric to come in here, and now he's like, we're going to gut it, as opposed to Bernie's, which was expanded. And so that's kind of, I think, where we're seeing this policy aspect come into play, which I don't necessarily agree that, Do
you know what it is? Unironically, for all of these big brain fucking debates, what it is the fact that an average person is kind of a fucking apolitical retard, and a substantial chunk of the population votes based on vengeance. The last one in charge was a Democrat. He didn't do as good a job as I hoped for. Now we're going to put a Republican in charge. Last one was a Republican. He didn't do as good a job. Now we're going to put a Democrat in charge. Populism kicks in, of course, and it's probably at the worst that, at least I think it's been in my lifetime in America. But like so much of this, were people voting for Trump, that's actually an interesting part of it. Because we're talking about populism in the sense of, I'm going to fix this thing. There's an angle to populism where you don't offer to fix shit. You just offer to punish the person who are doing the bad. Like, you're not even running on the notion that you're going to make this better. You're just going to make them pay for it. I think there was a lot of that in this administration.
The policy can't be populist, but I do think the rhetoric for sure. Like, I don't understand, I guess, what your objection is to what Soy Pill is saying.
So my objection, well, objection to which part? Objection to his definition, or objection to what he just said?
Objection, Your Honor.
No definition.
How it could be good.
Not the definition. For the love of God, no more definition.
Must have cut off the wrong.
Because I think that,
I shouldn't have cut that off.
Talk
That's
about
wrong.
like, yes, you can get short-term gains, but I think that the danger in that is that you're doing long-term harm to how you're able to govern. I think that, again, consistently pushing the line that there is this group, whether it be shadowy elites or another group that is specifically corrupting a system.
But he was right. Trump was objectively correct when he said that there is a cabal of pedophiles out there, right? He was so intimately aware of the fact that he's one of them, but he was correct.
Capitalism in this case, and therefore
Just didn't tell
that's
people it was
why there's these inequalities. I think it makes it impossible
think that's not
sometimes
true?
to actually fix
Well,
what the problem
What
is.
if
Let
that
me just
was
ask
true,
one
Wick?
question.
What
Wick.
would you say?
Would you accuse bureaucracy in that? Say, like, we just thought it was overly bureaucratic, and
Yeah,
you
I
wanted
think
to, like,
that
streamline it. Would that be-
bureaucracy, like anti-bureaucracy stuff, can be populist, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? Like,
Wick,
again,
what if I could point you to rich people who have heavy influence over the entire country and have a disproportionate influence, and that's a problem we need to fix it? If that was just true, how would you address it if addressing it would fall into this populist brain rot that you're worried about?
okay, one of the ways that we address these things is kind of like what's the best term for this? I guess to maybe answer your question, a good like analogy would be if I wanted to fix racial problems in this country. One of the ways I would do
That's
it.
gonna be a good one.
Calm down.
Wick, fix racism in the panel.
Well,
Let's go.
one of the ways I would do it is by making laws, policies, etc., that don't attack white people because they have privilege, but rather address some of the inequalities between the races. Now, when we talk about like if there are a group of people who are billionaires,
Wick, Koch brother money since the 2000s has been this incredible influence over local elections, over state elections, over the general election, where these two people are able to have this hugely disproportionate power. This is an elite that is overriding the masses in certain ways because they're able to influence the media, the commercials, they're able to donate just this large sums of money. And if I'm going to capitalize on people discovering this and say, guys, isn't this shitty that you and your opinion is being overwritten by these people with this fuck ton of money? This is populism, right? This is us,
and
the popular people, versus the elites.
Sure.
And we're like, how do we stop this? How do we capitalize this?
Kind of
how do we
framing has
reform
led
these laws?
It's led to Taylor Lorenz's article. You can draw a one-to-one.
Oh my
God! You can draw a one-to-one line.
I want to hear him.
No.
I want to hear him.
When you said we weren't
Again, this
Okay,
idea
wait,
about
can I move you off? Can you
stop?
wait,
Let me answer the question.
Centrism. Let's do it. The centrist panel.
I want to
No,
push.
we're not doing the centrist panel. But you brought this up. Like, how is that going to be a problem? Like, why is populist rhetoric a problem with something that's
I didn't
true?
say there couldn't be problem. Wait, stop.
It
You and I
creates,
agree.
it,
You and I agree.
you're attacking the wrong target.
You and I agree that populism can lead to brain rot. It can lead to thought-terminating cliches. It can lead people to just look for the easiest solutions and not actually explore the nuanced position that might lead to a good outcome, right?
Yes.
Just because that can happen does not mean that the populist framing is correct to say there are literally these two elites who are overriding your vote as the majority of people, and we need to use that frustration to address that problem, right?
But the problem I'm pointing to is that you're trying to utilize this frustration, and it's creating. And people are catching strays that shouldn't be.
What should they do instead?
Catching strays.
Of what how do you address?
If you're
the first
asking
thing
me
without
to
using
fix
populism?
dark money in politics,
No,
on
I'm
this
asking.
panel,
that's
I
not what
don't
he's
do that.
asking.
How do you run with a frustrated populace, a frustrated electorate, and without populism, tell them this is how we're going to address this thing? Hit me.
You can point to, hey, here are the laws that people have been abusing, and we're going to correct those laws.
Which is
Okay.
populism.
That is not
That's- yeah.
populism.
Wait, can I?
Why not?
Wait, can I be even more explicit? Okay, can I
You
be
can be
even more explicit?
If you talk vague enough, it becomes not populism. I agree.
When you asked me about this,
Okay. I'm with you so hard, Beans. I'm genuinely just like you and me. We're speaking the same language here. It's not a language known to man, but like you and I, we get it. Just truly.
and you asked me what was an example of a good example of populism. One of the things I brought up, or the thing that I brought up, is the Epstein files. Okay, now, would you agree that pushing on the Epstein files is good?
Not
No.
necessarily.
Oh God! Okay,
no.
my mistake. I shouldn't have asked the fucking question. Okay,
Giant,
Wow.
like giant
Just
distraction
example-
to
no,
feed
no,
a
no,
moral
no,
Hold
no,
on, no, let me answer the question. Hold on, let me answer your question.
I'm not-
Let me
I don't
address your
wanna-
concerns.
I don't wanna-
hear
I don't
that
wanna-
I want to
one
actually
out.
get here with what Ice Beans is saying.
Technically,
I don't
it's
want to be
free
on
to feel
Twitter. Please,
If-
please. I don't want to be on Twitter. Like, be careful.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
wait.
you're talking about me
If-
being clipped. I'm like, what do you mean? We're not on
Okay.
Twitter. Okay, now I understand. Now.
Duh.
Hold on,
Wait,
Ice Beans.
the
Address
idea-
your point.
Yeah, like let me
this is
lay
worse
out
than
my
the ramen
question.
scam,
Let me lay out my question.
Lay
My
up your
question is,
question again, sure.
yeah. My question is, there is an issue of a Epstein elite. This idea, it's happening whether you like it or not. Okay. Now you're the person who is the anti-populist guy.
Mhm.
Guide us out of this hellhole.
Well,
And
one of the
lead us
reasons that we're in the
out of this
hellhole that we
murky
are,
waters
sure, one of the
without
reasons that we're
engaging in
in the
populism.
hellhole
Go
that we
ahead.
are, is that because Trump and his cronies ran on the populist rhetoric of the Epstein files, right? That's what they ran on. They created this beast, and they put forth all these different like conspiracy theories about what the like Bill Clinton was a secret sex fiend that was raping
Okay,
kids,
yes,
and the
we know how we got here.
Clinton,
Get us
like
out.
Hillary Clinton was drinking blood. This was all connected to the
Good
Epstein
beans,
files
yeah.
and things like that. And this
Don't let
rhetoric,
him-
this
don't let him
rhetorical
just
beast that through
ramble.
populist rhetoric, the elites are literally taking children to an island to destroy them. Like created a
Yeah, no,
beast
we
that is
understand that.
currently destroying.
Get me out. Get
Does
us out.
Rokana and Thomas Massey's bill is this doing more harm than good?
What good has it done?
Yes.
Oh my
What
god.
good has it done? Well,
Yeah,
hold
what
on,
good
we
has
can
it
answer
done?
after, but
Who
what
has
bad
been
has it done
arrested
when it's
because
like,
of
hey,
this?
let's try
Oh
to
my
be transparent and expose the
Well,
people?
okay,
who
It has-
rape
it has
people?
dis-
Is Wick arguing that we should drop the Epstein files? Why? Bro, your president is a nonce. Why are we arguing to... I think he got that from Destiny. Destiny's arguing we should drop the Epstein files? Why? Why? Destiny says the files are nothing burger. There are victims who have still not seen justice or restitution that we actually know the names of, and it's a nothing burger. Bro, anyone who advocates... Bro, I'm telling you, I'm going full unhinged, okay? I am, just like this dude right here, I am become the rat man, okay? I am become the beast. Sorry, can't see him very well. There you go. I am become the rat man. From now on, anyone who pushes against Epstein files is in the Epstein files. That is the official position of the KrysSpeaks stream from now on until forever. Okay? If you push back against the Epstein files, you're in the Epstein files. I don't know what Wick was doing on that island, but I am maintaining that in perpetuity from now onwards, from now until forever.
Close the names.
Close the names.
It just closed the names of innocent men who were
yeah,
not
because of
sexual
incompetence.
predators.
Because of incompetence. Because of incompetence. Because of utter neglect. Seriously.
Utter
this
neglect.
Is,
it was Rokhana who said the people's names.
They were ordered to redact the names, and they don't. Yeah, no, they were ordered to
Rokhana
redact the
said
names
the names on the floor himself. He literally it came out of his mouth.
You realize that it is the DOJ's fault that these victims' names are out there, correct?
We're not talking about victims here.
Then what the hell?
And I'm sorry. Yeah, it is okay for these people's names to be out there if they are putting their name on the record.
Okay, and do you think they're
think
also
that
like full-grown adults now? Do you think that the perpetrators' names should also be named?
Damages.
Do you think that the
there were people who were not? Yes. You want to know the perpetrators?
Those people's names were censored. You know that those people's names have been censored.
No, except they haven't. Again, there are two.
Have you looked at any of the Epstein files?
Yes.
Have you looked at any? Okay, all right.
Wait, do you think Jeffrey Epstein was the only one who did anything with minors?
That seems to be the.
He's the only one that we have any real evidence for. Yeah.
And
have
why
you seen the Epstein file with the fucking Excel sheet of all these girls' names and whether or not they're underage? There's a column for like yes, no.
Okay, so fine. So
hold on. You guys keep interrupting. You guys, hold on. Stop.
I'll start naming the names. Let's go. Howard Lutnick. Okay. Are you okay with that one?
Please.
Or should I not name his name?
And what's your evidence that he assaulted?
I love Soipo so much. It's just Yes.
Assaulted small children.
I don't have evidence that he assaulted the specific small children. I have all of the evidence that he associated with Epstein, got massages, lied about it, and this guy just happened to get a lot of sex-trafficked massages, but maybe these were just the normal massages. I don't have proof of it, but to say that this is doing more harm than good by associating these people who were with a convicted pedophile that uses his massages to rape kids, I don't think that's a bad thing at all, but you seem to think it's worse than good.
You're like entirely overstating the case of what any of the facts prove here.
I
don't see how anyone in America... Yes, why do you keep saying that? Except I have.
Because no. Okay, then why are you under the impression? Why are you under the impression that there's at least not enough to do it like an investigation on?
Because the government has had this information in a bipartisan manner with Democratic administrations and Republican administrations.
I'm going to get populist in a sec.
Behind bars. Yes, exactly. So the reason that Epstein behind bars. Stop speaking for 1 second. You asked, why do I not believe that there's room for all of these extra investigations? Because the government has had all of this information, and I trust our institutions, especially if we're going to talk about across several administrations that are Republican and Democratic. I trust that they were not all lying and trying to protect pedophiles. That's why.
If Bill Clinton was as good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, do you think he'd have an incentive to?
Hold on. You don't got to be populist to think that you don't trust the institutions. Hold on. I don't trust the institutions at all. I don't trust the institutions at all, and I wouldn't call myself a populist.
Don't take issue. Nobody gives a fuck. Whoever you are in the top left corner, okay? I'm sorry. I don't care. That there was an actually interesting conversation going on about the nonsense, and you're going to divert it into the fact that you, a very special snowflake that you are, hate the institutions, but you're totally not a populist. Just no. Resume the soy pill beans fucking fight against the rest.
I don't think that's another inherent
You're a
thing.
Trump voter. You're a populist.
Gibbs, I think you're a populist.
Gibbs, you're a
like I'm using it pejoratively.
Gibbs a populist. One in chat if you think Gibbs is a populist, two is not. But Soypill, can you ask Tali's question again and let Tali answer? Or can you ask
which question?
You had a question
do you
for Tali,
think do you think it's ultimately
answered,
bad that this came out because so many innocent men are being smeared? That's the reason it's worse than it is good?
I just don't see what if you could show me that it had benefits that outweighed innocent people potentially having their names smeared, then maybe I would agree with you. But I don't really see like what extra steps have been taken or who has been protected
I don't know what your bias
in
is
the release of these millions of documents.
I think it's shown very clearly that Trump was just bullshitting the entire time when he hires these people that are saying we're going to expose all the pedophiles when he himself and a lot of his close cabinet members are involved to very similar, if not more, extents. And also, we don't know everything that we should know because he's blocking the release.
She's a Trump. Is she a Trump voter?
So that I think is largely overstated. I think everyone. Again, this is like how conspiracy theories work, right? It's like you get all the information and whatever evidence. Hold on. Whatever evidence you need must be in the one piece of information that we don't have yet, right?
What,
people
what
are
did
assuming.
I say that was conspiratorial? There's lots of stuff that has already come out that is absolutely fucking damning. So
Yes, I agree. And Soipel, I completely agree with you that Trump was the one riling people up with this. He was pushing a lot of the conspiracy related to the Epstein stuff. And of all of the
It was
politicians,
his administration. He said, I don't want to release them because he knows he's in them.
he said
Based.
different things at different times. That's not entirely true. Before the election, he was certainly he's leaned in and out of it at different times. But let me take it one step further. Of all of the politicians, I think Trump is obviously had the closest relationship with Epstein. They were obviously personal friends for a long period of time. So
Okay.
I have no reason to deny that at all. I still think
Well, yeah,
that
you
largely
can't.
the sure, and I wouldn't, because it's just obviously true. Again, he was by far the closest with Epstein, had the longest standing relationship with Epstein, and it is a lot of the retards and conspiracy theorists around him who made this into the issue that it is today. And I think the left has just cynically jumped on board with that. But I don't see how like any victims have been protected or the country is any better place because we have spent all of this time on what I ultimately believe to be a moral panic. There is no people still believe that there's a cabal of wealthy and powerful pedophiles in our country, and that's not true. And it's sad actually because that belief.
He was
there
the
you go.
exception.
No,
Just one cabal.
Maybe two.
He trafficked children to
used
himself.
be-
He trafficked
this
him
type
to
of
himself.
rhetoric
Are you
used to be
seriously
the
believing
domain.
that lie?
This rhetoric used to be the domain of QAnon, and now, unfortunately, it's the domain of like regular everyday.
Why is that, Tally? Why is that?
Yeah, why did we
Wild to hear a Republican talk about how this used to be a QAnon thing and now it's mainstream when it's Republicans who have made QAnon shit mainstream because the Republican politicians have been QAnoners.
become more regular?
Why did it become more regular? I just
Because
gotta,
it's a useful political tool. I don't even.
Oh,
Well,
I
also
understand you
maybe
guys
there's
don't
like
agree with me.
continued
But
and
I don't think I'm
exposed
saying
evidence
anything
that is
crazy
not
here.
just based on
Kali,
conspiracies.
you are
Of like,
saying
wow, these guys all
absolutely.
kind of knew about this and were related to it, and maybe
I'm gonna
have been
get
lying
my
about it.
phone
We can
camera
look
next
at the
time,
direct
so this is
contradictions
back
from the
quality,
files
but
and the
right.
personal statements. And so maybe there's not.
Okay,
just
then we should.
It's
Then
also not just one case.
Kali,
It's
I
also
have a
not just
question.
one
I have an
case.
answer.
Can I say something?
Then we should be asking.
Kali, I have an answer.
Can I
We should
say
be
something
asking
to the
why-
views?
Okay, enough. One at a time. Finish
decades
Polly.
of our
Polly can
government
finish her
chose to
point.
Ignore all of this.
Polly can finish her point, and then once she's done, you can ask your question, Ice Beans. You can ask your question, Joe, and then Deb
Thank
wants
you.
in here. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm done.
Okay, she's done.
I don't know what else there is to say. Yeah.
Tali, the reason that things have been slow is because historically speaking, before the Trump admin came along, the DOJ needs a very solid case before they will move forward with indicting somebody and convicting somebody. That's been their modus operandi for years. Okay.
So they don't have a solid case?
No. No. Did I say that? No. Okay.
Well, you said the reason that they haven't done it and that it's been slow is because thank you. You implied it.
Getting back to what I'm saying, a lot of if you look at the Epstein files with them more than just like the spicy things that you see or like from news articles that come out about it, there's absolutely enough to run an investigation, maybe not enough to get a solid slam dunk conviction. And in that case, the DOJ might be reluctant to pursue that. That's not to say that these people didn't do that shit. There's enough.
It's that we don't have.
Hold on, I just want to.
DOJ might be slam dunk conviction, and in that case, the DOJ might be.
I am so sorry, Beans. Anyone else picked up on this?
Slam dunk conviction, and in that case, the DOJ might be.
Am I the only one hearing it? It's because I don't know if it's you guys watch Beans, right? So there's no shot that I'm the only one picking up.
Reluctant slam dunk conviction, and in that case, the DOJ might.
She didn't say DOJ. She said DOJ, like oh oui. There's a little bit of the French, you know. The DOJ is doing things, and they need time to get them done. Oui.
Be reluctant to pursue that. That's not to say that these people didn't do that shit. There's enough.
It's that we don't have strong enough evidence.
You're actually just like everything is just going in one ear and going out the other.
I feel like I'm listening to the exact words you're saying.
No, you're not. And somehow you're still saying them back to me wrong. How is that? Seriously.
Wait,
You
Ice Beans,
said
let
the
me
reason
ask
that they have
Tolly,
not
Tolly,
prosecuted.
Trump is the one.
Tolly, if you knew, you didn't know, someone was accused of rape, and they make all of these distractions and excuses and alibis, and then you have a document that does not prove that they raped this person, but it proves that everything that they've been saying as their excuse has just been a lie. Do you think it's good that the people get to see this evidence?
I don't know like who the people are, but yeah, sure, in theory.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. All right, that's all we're saying, right? So just because Epstein files might not directly have a smoking gun that allowed the DOJ to prosecute some of these people, it's very clear that it is completely exposing that their narrative up until this point for the past 10, 20 years has just been completely fabricated. They've been lying about it. Now, maybe they're lying because they know it looks bad and they just don't want to look as bad. That could be the case, but it definitely shows that they've been lying, and it's important for the people to know that. And I don't think that's worse just because some innocent men might get implicated in it, which I don't think has happened yet. So,
I mean, just to throw one other thing. I mean, with Diddy going down too, that's a very large, influential group of people. I mean, it's pretty clear there's a reason why all this is coming up in the news over and over again. It sounds like Alex Jones is right. Next, you can tell me there's vampire child slave colonies.
Oh, Lord.
This to be true. I'm not
$5.
Well, no,
from
Gibbs
Audacity.
actually.
Just real quick, $5 from Audacity, and I want to hear what Dev has to say. He likes to come on here and say not a lot. $5 from Audacity. This conversation is populist. No, it's not. $5 from Audacity again to say, is Halo populist? You fight a lot of elites in that game. Fair enough. Dev, then Joe.
Damn.
I don't know, man. I'm just sitting here brain rotting away. I thought this was gonna be a completely different conversation, but okay.
Look, we try what we try. Go ahead, Joe.
So I was listening to you guys, and like, there's when you say populism, as in the people are identifying a problem that actually exists. Fair enough, right? But when I heard the prompt, Wick, I thought we were talking about populism dissolving social trust, populism dissolving trust in institutions, and that's where the problem actually lies.
Yes.
Right? Because you have people who distrust institutions because they see outcomes and they think that the institution is corrupt or the outcome is bad, and then they blame the institution itself. But then when those outsiders get into the institution and they actually get a good look at it for themselves, they realize it's usually actually not corruption. Sometimes it is, but usually it's not. Usually it's the fact that they were on the outside and that made them ignorant of how the institution functions. A great example of this is that Dan Bongino guy, whatever his name is, where how he kept talking about, he was a full Epstein believer, then he got inside and he was like, oh yeah, it turns out that Epstein actually did just kill himself. And then, he got destroyed by his own audience because, well, populists don't like to believe that sort of thing. But he's a great example of what I'm talking about. And the only way to fix this problem is education, right? Because the less educated you are, the more opaque an institution appears, even if the institution's transparent. Because uneducated people can't understand institutions from the outside. Even if like if you go to someone who has no idea how anything works or how the world works or anything, and you show them all of this data saying, hey, look, we're actually not corrupt, they're not going to understand it. The only way to solve the populist problem is education. It takes a long time. It takes decades.
But I think, Dev, I think everyone here agrees more or less that populism isn't I don't think anyone here is like super pro-populist. It's more so a case for, at least for me, and I know for at least a couple other people, it's more about harnessing what populism is going to be a factor in some instances, whether we like it or not.
It exists.
And
what
so,
you're saying is that it exists, and
it's
you'd
about
rather
like
use
harnessing
it than be used by it.
Get, what are good ways that it can be used in, at least to get people who know how to do good governance.
I know what you're saying.
Like the whole idea. Hold on, real quick. The point, at least my point, right, is to use, I'm fine with using populism. Get somebody in who can actually respond to the needs of the American people.
Racism is always going to be with us, so we might as well use it, right?
Sure.
No.
I don't know what you meant by that. I don't know. I do not know what you meant. I do not know what you meant by that.
Because the whole argument.
Diabolical moment means to say yes accidentally to something else and realize fully what he did actually say. Very, very unfortunate timing on that one. I'm with you, though. I'm with you. Plus, we know that you had to disagree for the optics, but in reality, we know, What was the Asmon part about? He was being a bitch on Twitter. Dishonest. Bit cunty. If you go on YouTube and you scroll to the very beginning of the stream, it's like the first 3 minutes of the stream.
Your whole argument is that populism might not be the greatest, but it's there, so we might as well use it. I am saying you can
No,
make that
I'm
same
saying-
one-to-one
You're
argument
not-
with
Yeah,
racism.
no, I'm not saying
Soy, come
no,
on, man.
I'm saying hold on.
Just milking it.
I agree.
It can
I
be
agree
soy
that
pills.
I think
Sometimes
it can be
it's
worse. It can
Depends.
be
It
significantly
depends.
worse.
Populism can be worse
Much
than racism.
yes.
Probably.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This is
yes.
technically true.
It can okay. Yes, it is bad, but what that doesn't mean that we can't utilize some aspects of it to get people who can do good governance, who can shore up our institutions,
Like
so that in
racism.
future-
Do you know what would be a kind of unhinged point to make, but I'm sort of toying with it now in my head? They were talking earlier about the fact that, like, you have this problem with education, and the answer is education. Like, yeah, sure. What do you do in the meantime, though? Because right now Republicans are doing populism. The education problem's getting worse and worse with the defunding. Maybe, unfortunately, you do have to use the bad thing, because retards out there are not going to be able to understand you if you speak in full sentences. I mean, it's a vile proposition, but I mean, it'd throw some energy into the panel, wouldn't it?
populism.
with that,
Oh
too.
my God! If you interrupt my
I don't
point
know
one more
what this
time,
one was.
I'm never gonna. Okay, can I speak now?
my whole point is that
sorry, Speaks.
if you get somebody who actually addresses the needs of the American people, you reduce the extent to which a future populist movement can actually take root. Like, imagine, like,
But that's utopianism. Like the reality is that
No,
systems
I don't know
are
what that was,
there will always be
no, I'm not talking about utopianism. I'm talking about there's absolutely been people in this country who have become president and have done good things for the country. That doesn't mean it's a utopia. It means we're heading in the correct direction. Like, are you against that?
Certainly, no, of
Then
course I agree with that.
okay,
But the point, I think this idea that, like, if you just get in, like, the right politician or whatever, the right administration, then we'll be able to kill populism because people will be satisfied. People are always going to be dissatisfied with something. Populism. Hold on, let me just.
Yeah.
Sure. Listen, I think you and I largely agree. I'm just trying again to Wick's point. I'm trying to argue why I don't think that we should engage in the rhetoric, even if it's useful in the short term.
Well, Wick, let me ask you this. In 2024,
how
there was a
damn it.
populist rhetoric of frustration with the economy, and Democratic strategy was, no, you're wrong. These graphs show that you're wrong. And they're technically right. The economy was not nearly so bad as people thought and felt. But it didn't matter. There was a populist narrative that things were fucked. We're getting fucked. Our cost of living is going up. Inflation's bad. Eggs suck. And no matter how good there are, graphs of the consumer price index and like all these other things that actually show it's really improving and doing really well, that doesn't matter. Should they have...
Soypil is absolutely correct. And I think that Wick missed the point earlier, because Wick's racism analogy was actually not bad. It just doesn't point to what he thinks it points to. Wick, you were saying that, like, hey, we have populism is a thing. It's here to stay. We might as well utilize it. And Wick's pushback to it was to say, well, racism is a thing. Racism is here to stay. Do you think we might as well utilize racism? They do. That's what the anti-immigrant movement is about. Racism is being utilized as a populist talking point, and it is effective. Beans doesn't want to utilize racism as her talking point for populism because Beans is not racist. Beans has different populist talking points that she wants to utilize to counteract the racism talking point. Because there is an entire group that she wants to vote. There is an entire group that might potentially vote for her if she plays her cards right. It's not a complicated position. Do you feel like I'm mischaracterizing you, Beans, or anything?
Capitalized on that and tried to funnel this rage at the system into an actual practical
Beans
policy
is very racist,
platform.
but you get what I'm
Or
saying.
should they have done what they did, which I don't think worked, which was to say, no, you're wrong.
Sure, it didn't work in this case, but I think it was the correct move. Like, I think that over the long term and consistently, the method that they used usually works. So if something has an 80% success rate, I'm going to do it, right? Because 80% of the time it works. Pointing to the one or two times where a strategy that is proved to work fails does not disprove the strategy in and of itself. And one of the problems that MAGA's having right now is that they engage in the populist rhetoric to make people believe a thing that was not true. And then they're trying to fix the problem that they said that existed that did not exactly.
Lua, screenshot that. Right now, we need that. We need that for posterity. The younger generations need to know.
Exist. And it turns out they can't actually fix anything. And, well, they're going to lose generationally in a biblical manner. They are never going to hold power again for a long, long time after this election. right?
I hope you're right. That's a lot.
Unless they
Why would
gerrymandered
we-
a victory.
Why would we do that?
Mm-hmm.
Can I go now?
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, man, my Twitter was so peaceful. Devil Smart, he just muted and chilled the fuck out. I should have done that. I should have just went off screen over that passive defending.
No,
of
you're
the-
not going to be canceled because I died on the Epstein Hill. I
But
promise.
white women evil, bro. I get it. So okay. So something.
Who the fuck is clipping this? Like what? Come on.
That I just don't. I don't know. I think we agree on this, but I'm not exactly sure. One of the things that I'm deeply concerned with when it comes to populism
Right.
is the idea of these like fixed us versus them, right? This idea of like a common person
Right.
versus elite. I mentioned this in my opening, right? That these groups don't actually exist stably and they move and change over time. And Wick, it just sounds like to
Time
me
zone makes it impossible,
that
sadly.
you think that there's a politic that is possible where we cannot constitute a political antagonist. It just sounds like you're saying that like there's a politic that is possible that a political antagonist doesn't have to emerge to get the things that we need to get done.
I don't.
We
think
have a
that
built-in political antagonist.
Are
it's
you
the
Wick,
two-party
Tolly?
system.
Tolly, are you Wick? Are you
It's a
Wick?
two-party system.
Are
Like the
you Wick?
Dems can go and they can be
Are you
antagonized
Wick?
by the Republicans and
You are-
vice versa.
I appreciate your transition, Wick.
$10
I love
first
it.
of all.
I don't know who
I'll
this
answer
man
your
on the
question
bottom
in
of
a
the screen
second.
is now.
Answer your
Okay.
question in a second. $5 from No Aeon to say, sounds like populism has similar sentiments to basic U.S. ideals, e.g., power corrupts, checks and balances, and other people by the people for the people, etc. I disagree, but we'll get into that when I answer to Joe's question. And then $10 more from Pondering Politics to say, okay, I'm trying to catch up. But when Joe goes, can he be allowed to explain what he means by populism without people interrupting him? Question mark? Question
Can we
mark?
not do definitions
earlier,
again?
Fair enough. I think
Should I appease? Should I
The people
appease
want more.
our
But
Lord
to
and
answer your
Savior
question,
Josiah?
To answer your
Okay.
question,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with you that every time there's an antagonist, that means it's populism. I can look and point to, like, for example, I think that the tax system in America is broken and it rewards certain people it shouldn't reward. And I can attack that and have that be my antagonist, but not do so in a populist manner. That is possible, and I think it's been done before, and it will be done again. So, to answer your question, I don't necessarily disagree that you have to have something you're fighting to change, right? An antagonist, if you will. I just don't agree with the framing that would make it populist.
Should I appease our Lord and Savior Josiah?
I guess if you want.
Okay. So for me,
I think he was trolling.
He
But
was
this is
trolling.
incredible if you
He was
really go
trolling.
do it.
Okay, that's
He was
why.
trolling.
That's why I
Oh,
asked.
Lordy.
That's why. I asked.
I want to say that one
I was
thing,
going to
right? So-
respond to what Wick was saying.
Oh, go
Please, for
ahead.
the love of God, y'all like interrogate Tali for like 30 minutes. My pushback here, Wick, is that the us versus them is inevitable. It's not going to be an individual person. It's not going to be an individual institution. It's always going to be something. That something doesn't have to always be just a person, just a group, X, Y, or Z. So, like when I'm looking at the Epstein class, when I hear people say the Epstein class, and this is a question for you, Tali. Like when I see people talk about the Epstein class, what I'm observing is people observing a network of powerful people insulated from accountability through wealth, influence, and institutional connections. Is that like a fair way, if someone were to say the Epstein class, that they could frame it as that? Is that something you think that they might see it as?
I think they're wrong, but yeah, sure. I think that's what they see. Like to say no accountability for Epstein. I mean, the man died in prison.
Hold on, I didn't say no
Like-
accountability. I said a network
You
of
said that's what the
powerful-
people
Like
believe.
fall off
No,
and
no, no,
saying
no.
it.
Right,
I'll run
who
it
are-
back.
who
We
are
had
going-
a pick of 31 viewers on Twitch or on YouTube, because Twitch is dead as fuck. Yeah, but all of these people seem to be doing quite alright on YouTube. Just not yours truly, it would seem.
I'll run it back to you again. You're just
You don't
wrong.
need to. It's okay. It's
Chris, can you up your volume by like 10% so I can hear what you're saying? Is this any better, baby?
okay.
It's-
I don't.
it's not-
okay. Okay.
I said
can.
it was a
I can.
network
I can
of
accept.
powerful people insulated from accountability through wealth, influence, and institutional connections. If we were
Insulated
to-
from accountability. Okay, so you did say it, and so my point stands.
I didn't
but
say
it's fine.
no. You can be insulated from something and still have it affect you. COVID-19.
Okay.
So, you're disagreeing with the idea that the Epstein class exists?
It's not a useful heuristic. Like it just helps feed conspiracy and
Who is part of the
grievance.
Epstein class? That's what I'm really curious about. Is Chuck Schumer a part of the Epstein class?
Howard Lutnick, really easy. Howard Lutnick.
I'm asking Joe. Joe, is Chuck Schumer part of the Epstein class?
Chuck Schumer?
Yeah.
Broadly speaking, it does not seem to be that he is the constituted opposite that belongs in the Epstein class.
Okay.
I would argue, however, that Donald Trump is.
Okay, fair enough.
Donald Trump.
So why not just say Donald Trump? Why the Epstein class is so vague is my problem with the term, right? It's so vague.
Which is why
people use
they're recognizing a network of powerful people insulated from accountability through wealth, influence, and institutional connections. If we believe this to be the case, and the evidence seems to suggest that this is the case, it's important to know what is this phenomena that they're observing. Is this the actual phenomena? I think what happened in practice was that the way that the government tried to reveal this information to the public had more questions than it gave answers, right? The fact that there are individuals that we don't know the extent of their involvement in this thing. We don't know if they're actually part of the network or not.
Right.
Like I think that's the confrontation here. That's the them.
When Cenk Uygur is calling someone the Epstein class, do you think that's what he means?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't.
Oh. Wait, who do you think they mean?
I think he means his political enemy.
They mean rich, powerful Zionists. That's what most people mean, essentially, by the Epstein class.
Oh my! Please don't tell me, Tali. Please don't tell me that you think that all this Epstein files thing is a big like Zionist conspiracy thing.
Listen, before
that's obviously what's your why are you characterizing? Why you?
Because that's how Cenk Uygur characterizes it.
Yes.
Because Cenk Uygur is fucking crazy. Like,
yes.
that's
Is
not
Cenk Uygur the unified truth?
So
Thank you.
Do you think Cenk
Uygur? Wait. Let me give you. May I? Wait, can I ask another question? Because I might agree with you here.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think
I would like to go after this question?
Yes, you can go after that, Gibbs.
One of the problems that MOOF lays out is that there needs to be a consistent narrative against whatever the opposite is. It's not just enough of having an opposite. It's enough of having, there's a few different steps about this. And it's not only about the opposite, it's about the narrative that exists within the opposite to correctly identify what the problem is. Do you think that is happening in the case with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein?
So when it comes to MOOF specifically, it's been a couple years since I read her book. I think it came out in 2018. I read it in 2019.
Whoa, I'm talking about hegemony. I'm talking about hegemonic.
Not so. I would
I'm talking about her earlier works. Not her
I'll have to do this later.
Oh, no, not her most recent. Then I'm not as familiar with it. The only thing I know about her is the book she wrote in 2018.
Okay.
So
the point I'm trying to make here is that one of the things that she lays out that like positive social change emerges from not only having a constituted opposite, but a proper narrative that exists within that constituted opposite.
Sure, messaging is important. I would agree with that.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that the messaging within something like the Epstein files produces someone like a Tali?
I don't know what you mean by that. Can you elaborate on what you mean by produces someone like a Tali? What is like a Tali?
Tali has run
Give me a Tali
defense.
adjacent figure.
Tali has run defense over the Epstein files and the very idea of the Epstein class through that entire portion of the conversation. Do you think that's a manifestation of an improper narrative from people who are against the perceived Epstein class? Or do you think that something else is happening there?
I think that you guys have different ideas of what the Epstein class is or should be.
Do you think that exists in a broader sense to people who identify the Epstein class?
Yes, I do not think that most people fundamentally understand what let me say it this way. I think if you say the Epstein class, you're going to have a lot of different people with a lot of different ideas of what that means. So even just a simple definition of powerful, rich, connected individuals that are insulated from accountability because of their power, that also in many ways applies to someone like Cenk Uygur, right? So when people hear the Epstein class, they do not fundamentally, like, it's just too vague of a term to be very useful outside of a political animosity kind of like, these are the bad guys. And that's what it is. It's a shorthand for someone you don't like.
It is literally
Why is Cenk even a part of this like back and forth? Did I miss something where he became relevant to the story? Or is Cenk just being used as an example? Like, why is Cenk being brought up here? You have to be lobotomized to think the Epstein class is an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Actually true. True though, Amp. How are you doing, Unix?
Wait, wait. When you say the Epstein class, I'm not saying that the. Oh, actually, go ahead, Gibbs. I know you were waiting.
Gibbs,
no,
go ahead.
no, you're fine. I just here's my issue, right? And I really want to come back to what Dev was just kind of talking about. Right here, y'all talking about the Epstein class. I'm sure that we could come up with some nebulous definition of whether it's a Zionist, whether it's just rich billionaire elites. I don't really give a shit. All right, and I'm going to be honest. When we're sitting here talking about the populism thing, I think there's a much more interesting convo to be had, right? And which is okay when the checks and balances in the system fails you as the people, what do you do, right? And so what we've seen right now is okay, we the people. Since earlier somebody said mob rule, right? I have sat here for a while, and I don't think you have to be inherently populist to not trust these institutions. Y'all have sat here, some of y'all have, and said, "Woo, institutions good." Specifically, Devin and Tally here, and I'm going, I don't think they're inherently good or bad. However, when I asked Wick about bureaucracy, he agreed maybe gutting some bureaucracy would be populist, right? And I think this is important. At some level, I'm going, hey, I'm glad Trump is in here gutting some of these industry, in these like organizations, because he's in there and he's making it more efficient. We're getting rid of some of the bloat. This is what happens with any business. You get a business too big, and then you have to trim it down, and then it grows again, right? You see this with D4.
His businesses went bankrupt. Did he fart? What did he? I don't think so. Hold on, we can do a fart review.
Because he's in there and he's making it more efficient. We're getting rid of some of the bloat. This is what happens with any business. You get a business too big, and then you have to trim it down, and then it grows again, right? You see this with
maybe earlier.
Some bureaucracy would be populist, right? And I think this is important. At some level, I'm going, hey, I'm glad Trump is in here gutting some of these industry, in these like organizations.
I'm not hearing
he's
it,
in there
Beans.
and he's making it more efficient.
Start over his rant. Okay.
Some of y'all have here for a while. I think the elites can come up with really want to come.
Actually, wait. Gibbs, I know you were waiting.
Gibbs,
no, you're fine. I just here's my issue, right? And I really want to come back to what Dev was just kind of talking about. Right here, y'all talking about the Epstein class. I'm sure that we could come up with some nebulous definition of whether it's a Zionist, whether it's just rich billionaire elites. I don't really give a shit. All right, and I'm going to be honest. When we're sitting here talking about the populism thing, I think there's a much more interesting convo to be had, right? And which is okay when the checks and balances in the system fails you as the people, what do you do, right? And so what we've seen right now is okay, we the people. Since earlier somebody said mob rule, right? I have sat here for a while, and I don't think you have to be inherently populist.
I'm not hearing the fraud, Beans.
Y'all have sat here, some of y'all have, and said, "Woo, institutions good." Specifically, Devin and Tally here, and I'm going, I don't think they're inherently good or bad. However, when I asked Wick about bureaucracy, he agreed maybe gutting some bureaucracy would be populist, right? And I think this is important. At some level, I'm going, hey, I'm glad Trump is in here gutting some of these industry, in these like organizations, because he's in there and he's making it more efficient. We're getting rid of some of the bloat. This is what happens with any business. You get a business too big, and then you have to trim it down, and then it grows again, right? You see this with deforestation, right? Sometimes you got to burn, you got to regrow. And so when I'm sitting here saying, "Oh, we need to go gut some of these," that's not necessarily not populist. That's not necessarily populist. It's like it's something that we, the people, I guess, it is populist in this current time setting because we're going, and I guess like when y'all were sitting here with Bernie, y'all want to expand it, but now y'all are sitting here so stuck on which class is what. Like, what are we talking about here? Are we going to talk about the systems? Like, what are we talking about? Let's talk about that.
No, okay.
Gibbs, real quick, Gibbs.
Give it to Dev first. Go ahead.
I'll just say, Gibbs, Trump is not doing any of the things that you just said he was doing.
There's
no inefficiencies being cut. It's all
he's cleaning out the Tammany Hall.
He's making it more inefficient.
More inefficient.
More inefficient.
It's a short-term inefficiency.
Sorry. No.
Jesus, the fucking code.
We just fired about 200 State Department diplomats.
Good.
People who. Oh, great. Then why are we rehiring for their same positions right the fuck now?
Why? Because those people had to go. They were doing their job inefficiently.
No. Oh my God. Are you fucking joking?
Jesus, that is the confidence to say that with when you've got nothing.
What the meaning of the word efficient is.
Okay, Dev.
I want Dev to finish this, and we do this all the time. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
This is ridiculous.
So basically,
there are people who could be.
Hold on, Ice Beans, calm yourself.
There are people who could be working in the Middle East right now who have all of the qualifications, all of the experience, all of the language training, all of the fucking years of experience. They're gone.
And they were failing, so get them out.
No, you don't know.
How are they failing?
No, you don't know.
No, I mean, their first utter failure.
Do you know the first thing? Do you know the first
Ask
thing
him.
about these cuts?
Beans, when something like this happens, don't just say you don't know the first thing. That's an excellent thing to follow up with. But first, just always keep it simple. How are they failing? Make him be specific. Make him tell you precisely in what manner they were failing that warrants them getting fired and then an entire recruitment process being started to have them be replaced with somebody covering the identical position. Right? Just like make him prove to you that he knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah,
you just think that Trump has been making them efficient. No, if you hire, okay, I'm just saying,
back farm again.
If you, no, that's not how that's working. They're not rehiring those people. They're
I know
saying
they're not.
that
Thank
those
God.
positions. They're saying that those positions weren't needed, got rid of those people, and are now rehiring for those exact same positions with new people. Now tell me,
that happens a lot in business. You got to get rid of the old. Well, it's because they
Is
found
that
out the position
efficient?
wasn't. No, yeah,
That's
it
not
is efficient.
efficient.
I'll explain how it
You
is
don't
efficient.
know what
Quick.
efficiency is.
I
You
will.
don't
I do
know
know.
what
I do know what
efficiency
efficiency
is.
is.
You don't know.
Listen, no offense.
Please
No
tell me
offense.
you're
I
not
don't
a
know.
small business.
Okay, okay, we
Holy
can't.
I am.
Look,
Hold on.
I'm gonna let
When
you
you do
respond real quick.
when you fire
Stop,
people,
stop,
when you
stop,
fire
stop,
people,
pray
stop.
for your
you find out a
employees.
position is needed.
Oh
You
my
hire.
God.
The reason why you're
Holy
failing
shit,
because
you
someone's
do
doing.
not know how to run a business.
Okay, great. I don't like having to mute, but I will. Okay, great. I'm going to give it to Gibbs. Let him answer the efficiency question. Then we're going to move on. That's what we're going to do.
I mean, I absolutely agree. Sometimes you have to rehire people for a position you fire people for. That
Right.
happens. Why? And it sucks. It does suck, right? But here's the
Right.
thing. You fire somebody and you go, this position wasn't needed. Somebody can do the job of two people. Then you find out, oh, we did need that position. But this person was so bad at their job, they had to go. And that's been the case here. These people were dog shit at their job and they deservedly got fired. And it's wonderful.
No,
I'm excited. Love
you
it.
are actually a subhuman piece of garbage. You don't even know why
Because-
these people were
because fuck
fired.
those people, yeah.
You just
This is good. Just if you had asked him first, if you had established that he doesn't know why they got fired, this would be so much harder punching. But it's still good. It's still, see? Thumbs up. Double thumbs up. You actually only get one, because like I said, you didn't do the follow-up, but thumbs up. Also, do you guys want to see what we've built so far? Because I think we're done with gutter runners. Now we have another 10 night runners to build. Night runners sounds incredibly erotic for like a set of units. Like, you know what I mean? Like if I was a night runner, I'm thinking I'm selling my body, but like it's a sort of not so much a bespoke service, more like the person who buys it specifically likes it when men are a little bit sweaty. So in order to get to their place, I run. Right? I don't take a car. I don't take public transport. I fucking pace it. Night, like darkness, Chido, before dawn. Night runner, like I run at night. Also, but before we move on to the night runners, here are all of the gutter runners that we have built today. This one's missing a hand, but I'll fix that later. I just need tweezers for that. Fuck, yeeted that one. I just need tweezers for that because it's a very small piece. We built these right now. They're cute. Yeah, they're going to be so much cuter when we paint them. These are, you can't see it very well. If you guys end up liking this, and you want me to do this again in the future, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my phone camera instead of my old webcam. Because as you can see, this one's kind of fucky. My phone camera is going to be significantly better. I will show you like the full detail because I don't think I can zoom in sufficiently that it sharpens up the actual... No, do you see? It's like, it's fucky. But when oh, there we go. Look at the detail. These are cool as fuck, man. And every single one of them is like a little bit different. Like this one, I don't know if you can see this very well, because this is like very small detail. In this hand right here, it's not a grenade that he's yeeting. It's a grenade attached to a rat. He yeets the rat latches onto an enemy, and then the fucker explodes. Rat. Got a whole bunch of rats. And there is so much. There are so many minis that we can build. I'm eventually gonna do like a fundraiser for a 3D printer, because I'm telling you, I'm gonna go bankrupt if I'm doing the original ones on stream. But so these are the gutter runners. And next we are going to do, hold on, which one's the one? This one's the one that's missing the hand. I need to keep this together with his hand so it doesn't go missing. When we do night runners next, it's getting quite late actually. I will stay for a little while longer. Not long, but like just a little bit. Skaven, yes they are. Yes. We can do, okay. Shit. I've got a choice of a champion here or a night runner up here. But we do want a champion, right? Obviously. We get one champion per unit. Why would we not build a champion? What are you thinking, Ruby? Are we building the champion for this unit or no champion? There's no mechanical difference. It's just champion looks a little bit cooler. That's what I'm thinking, Amp. Yeah, champion. Because there's no point not building one, you know? Yeah, champion. All right. 39B. All right, so we're following the blue.
No, you don't know how. You have no idea. You actually have no idea. Trump just says, "Oh, we needed to fire them. They were bad at their jobs," and you just swallow it down.
I've been saying they were bad at their jobs for 20 years.
What are you, some kind of pig?
Yeah, no,
Ice
Beans, you got to give him some credit. He was stupid far before Trump.
Yeah, I was stupid far before Trump.
No, of course, no.
Gibbs, here, I got a question for you, Gibbs. Okay.
Can you have a thought for yourself?
We gotta let.
I've been saying this a long time.
I do.
So Gibbs,
go ahead.
I like the reason why Beans got so fucking angry with him is because the government layoffs are in her sector. Not to like dox too much information, I do believe Beans is public about this. So like Gibbs is cheering on people around Beans being fired. Just to put in perspective how fucked up this is, because he's basically insulated from it.
In the past, you know, it's been like a year and change since Trump's been to office, right? So in the past year and change, when Trump has been firing people and he's been saying, "I'm going to get people in there who are loyal to me," do you think selecting new recruits for loyalty is the same thing as selecting new recruits for efficiency?
I think it's absolutely both. It goes hand in hand because if you hire, I'll tell you why. If you hire somebody that's not loyal to you, then you're gonna have someone come in here and they're gonna fucking try to like you push a new policy. And if they don't disagree, they're gonna slow you down at every turn. So yeah, absolutely. And if you know American history, you know for basically the whole time, what we used to do is you'd come in here and you'd fire everybody from the last person. Hold on. This is actually historical. Maybe you should read some history books and you'll understand. But used to, the president would come in and he would fire everybody. Yeah, I do read the newspaper, and they'd fire everybody, and then they would bring in all the new people. I mean, you're telling me I'm wrong when I'm speaking about actual things that happened.
You're literally just.
You tell me you're saying this didn't happen in the United States for 2 centuries?
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying you don't have an understanding of what is going on in the country right now. Why should I listen to you about history, bro? What the fuck?
I mean, okay, hold on. If we're gonna do that, let's just open up our bank accounts to see what's bigger, and then we can sit and go, "Oh, you doesn't matter." Like,
oh no, Gibbs. Oh no, bro, this is such bad optics. Oh, this makes you come across like a proper fucking retard. Oh, Gibbs. Oh, no. Lua, can you take a screenshot of the Ogie emote and send it to me in Discord? Because I'm just seeing the word Ogie over and over and over and over again, and I want to know what that is.
That's fucking stupid. I'm
so scared.
I'm not scared. I'm just saying,
okay.
If you're gonna do this, like you're gonna sit here, you're attacking my personal history. You're talking about like actual historical. You're making like
$20.
I'm just saying.
Okay, cool.
$20. $20.
You're not personally attacking me. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm trying to do super chats. Please let me do super chats. I gotta make a little money here. Sorry. $20 from no fucking way to say based Joe, based Gibbs. The Epstein class is Sionists. Steen was Mossad. Oh, Steen was Mossad.
What?
Mossad. Okay.
Rest my case.
Wait, on the topic of Jews.
Let me finish my money.
Wait, no, I need to ask Holly. No, it's more important.
She rests her case. Wix got a fucking inbred dickwad in chat. Therefore, relevance. Fuck. I'm holding it together and now I can't click play. Shithouse. Because it's glued now, so I need to... Hold on, maybe I can... There we go.
You're about to read a $5 super. Tali, if John Ossoff says Epstein class, do you think he's being like anti-Zionist or whatever? Like, I feel like he's pretty much not this like anti-Israel brain poisoned thing. Like he's not.
No, there are as I start. Well, he's certainly not a. He's not like pro-Israel, but no. As I said in the very beginning, I think people use populist rhetoric cynically for political power, and I think that that's what he's contributing to. So he doesn't need to be an anti-Semite in his heart to use tropes that are used as anti-Semitic dog whistles.
I don't hate women when I call them slurs, right? But I do it because it makes me money.
I mean,
$5 from the last batch. $5 from the last batch.
Wait, can I slur too?
To say, yeah, depends on the slur. Appeasement will never work. Look at Jenk calling the ACA a release valve.
Shit.
Any attempt at appeasement will be used by them to attack moderates.
By
later.
them.
And then $2
Ooh.
from Robert Paulson to say,
Oh, is
Epstein
that
clapped more
about
like
the
Robert
Jews
H.
as well? Ooh, they,
I do
them.
want to say that
Maybe it
one
was just
thing, since we're talking
transphobic. Yeah, they,
what
them.
Gibbs said before. I've said many times socialists or Nazis, right? And here we have a great example of a socialist using Nazi buzzwords to describe me. We use pig, subhuman. Man, where's counterpoints when you need them? But then we'd have all the Nazis. I mean, it's just crazy.
Beans, are you a socialist? Because he's pointing to you, right? Are you even like a socialist? Have you ever like identified yourself with one of those labels? National Socialist, maybe. Well, her politics are the closest to that one. But I'm just wondering if this has like any merit to it.
Crazy that you're going to sit here and you're going to try to like say with a straight face.
Yeah, it's because
that, I'm
what
doing
you are
these things.
doing.
Hold on, let me ask you this: why did he fire those people? You know why he fired him? You say specifically 100%. You know why he fired every single one.
You know how I know what exactly the reason is for firing is because I've seen the actual literal SF50s that indicates the resignations.
Every single one.
The torque. Yes, motherfucker.
Oh, every single one.
Wait, what do you think I do for a living?
Doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit.
Then why are you even talking?
I'm just on that.
Means he's trying to bait you into the notion that because there might have been a few that were actually shit at their job and you haven't looked at every single case individually, then you can't speak to the broader trend. You don't need to bite the bullet on the fact that you're aware of all of it because he's not aware of all of it. So if he wants you to bite the bullet that maybe it's justified because they were lazy, because you don't know, then he also can't say that they were, right? It's inconsistent.
How would any of us know what you do for a living?
Yeah, and why would I care?
I don't know
every single one of these firing slips.
Assuming that Tali. No. Assuming that what they have been fired for is their performance. They have not been.
They can be fired for any reason. I don't give a shit if they got fired because they look funny.
We have no idea.
Yeah, well, no, wait, Gibbs, wait. We can stop arguing. Gibbs admitted that he doesn't actually care about.
Yeah, they need to be fired.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Dumb,
it doesn't
retarded, bureaucratic brain rot, and it's fine. We can.
Populist,
and to be clear, I'm not calling Gibbs a pig.
Yeah, what Leonard said. Yeah,
I haven't even brought his weight into it. Okay, I'm just saying the reason I am
just literally say outright that you're not going to contend with the arguments of somebody who was only invited to represent the DEI and just move on, you know? Like, he's only in there so that Wick doesn't feel lonely.
Reason I'm calling him a pig.
I mean, if we're going to do a roast off, I'm going to roast the shit out of you. So just let me know if we're going to do this.
Yeah,
be shitty to women.
Sat here and proven.
I know somebody's going to make a comment about someone's appearance with eyebrows like that. Jesus Christ. Somebody wax that shit. We got some cockroaches over here.
Okay. Both of you.
The literal reason. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, maybe get some hair product. Your hair's kind of looking split again.
Yes, shut up.
Beans' hair looks perfectly fine. What a strange thing to... That's such a sign of insecurity as well. Because, look, there's no need to body shame. But if you do, okay, just be accurate. Right? To be fair, Beans didn't shame him. She called him a fucking pig. And I think he connotated it with fat. I don't actually know if Beans called him fat in here. I wasn't... Somebody can let me know. But Beans' hair looks perfectly fine. Fuck. I think he just took it personally because she called him a pig. And he just has like a bad connotation with that.
Okay,
hold on. I'm telling you both to, just tone down the personal. Just a smidge.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't make any until
I understand, but please.
Okay,
I don't care who started it. It's like dealing with fucking kids. I don't care who first. Both of you, stop doing it. Okay? There we go.
You look pretty tonight, Dev.
Oh, thank you very much.
Go ahead, Dev.
Do you like the bulge in my artwork? Is that what it is?
Oh God. Okay. All right. You confirmed it. Thank you.
Dude, okay. I saw somebody in Soypill's muted right now because I can't say this to him until he unmutes or until he unheadphones himself.
Wick subs, aka Tozai. Really appreciate you.
Okay, so
It fell apart. My rat's falling apart.
This is going to sound like I'm
no.
completely derailing. I am not. There's a reason for this question. Give me a short answer, okay? What is your problem with DEI policies?
DEI specifically, I don't like the idea that people aren't going to get in there on merit over like just being chosen right. For example, on a personal level, I'm Hispanic.
Dev's point.
Hold on.
Just wait.
Like I'm Hispanic, right? And the idea that someone has to gift me a job is kind of appalling. I don't want to be given anything. I want to earn it, right? And so, like, do I agree with you? Asked specifically with Trump's DEI. I think you should have kept those people in there until he found replacements. But they've decided to fire them first and then did replace them, right? Whatever. But either way, I don't think that we should be giving away things on race quotas. I think that's a bad way to do it.
Right. So the more sophisticated argument against DEI is that they're selecting for loyalty towards a political movement or a racial movement or something rather than their ability to do the job, right? We can say that
loyalty is not the same as DEI.
If that's what DEI did, but it doesn't. So
no, it's not.
It doesn't. But it isn't quite what it does. But still, that is the argument that I hear from right wingers. Okay. The issue is,
I would hope that the left did this too, is put loyal people in their job. If you're hiring, say like I got hired by Obama to, I don't know, run a post office, and he fucking put out a postal service thing that I didn't agree with, I'd probably try to do it slower. You should probably hire people that are going to be loyal to your agenda. That just seems like
that's how you have a cult of personality and a bunch of sycophants that make
not yet. Dev has hold on. Dev had a question for Soypill. Soypill, undeafened, graciously joining us back in the panel.
It was a joke question. Don't worry about it. The actual conversation.
Now you got to ask it. You made me undeafened.
Okay. You at one point when I didn't, I was deafened. You were wondering about my artwork bulge.
Yeah. What's up with that? That's fucking weird.
I didn't draw it, man. I have no fucking clue why it's like this. I am.
Pants are tight.
Honestly, it kind of just looks like a fupa, to be honest.
I am pretty fat.
Damn.
It's giving vagina.
You know what? I will ask the artist to change it. You know what?
Okay.
I looked at.
Do not change it.
Well, I'm so glad I gave the floor to you to ask that.
To ask that, yeah. So my actual question for Gibbs. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? When you talk about people who are excessively loyal,
I'm with you.
What they're bringing to a job is specifically their loyalty. They're selling their loyalty, right? People who are hyper competent don't need to be loyal because they're so good. They if they're fired from a job, they'll land on their feet and go somewhere else.
Is Dev the guy that made women uncomfortable in shoes Discord? I need the law, please. Because there clearly is law. I would like it, please. I don't know if I didn't glue this wrong. It's gonna suck if I did. I'm gonna be very disappointed with myself. Because this is my fiance's army, not mine. So I usually want to do a better job with her stuff than I do with mine. Because I love her very much, so I just want to do a good job fucking putting together her minis, and I think I fucked it up with this one. I'm having an unusually difficult fucking time. Just getting this in. I don't know, I'll try like this, and no, I can't do it like this. Fuck me, yeah, I definitely glued this wrong. That sucks. That's going to be potentially an expensive mistake right there, but I think maybe I can still fix it, fuck. If I pull it off, I should be able to. Cheeto said yes, so I assume it's true. I am not denying the truthfulness behind that statement. I simply yearn for law. Rate Destiny's ethics on 1 to 10. Stated ethics or acted ethics, Fishman? It's hard to explain the law. At the very least, that shoe thing. Is it hard to explain the law of just that, maybe? How the fuck is this meant to go on, bro? This is so awkward to fucking put in there. Doesn't look like I glued it wrong earlier, though. It looks like there's some fuckery afoot. Okay, I think I maybe have it. Fingers crossed, gang. Fingers crossed. Maybe I'll manage to do it properly now. We will find out very shortly. Okay. Sorry for the derail, it's just this needs focusing. Because like I said, the if this was Cities of Sigmar, I'd take my drill out, okay, and this piece would fit, even if I have to cut off half the fucking plastic off of it. But like I said, the Skaven are my fiance's army, so I don't want to fuck up any of it. Okay, now I've done it good. Now I'm pretty sure I've done good. Hold on. I think I'm trying to glue it too quickly. I think that's the bad that I've done here. Although I think it's fixable now. Very fixable. Just needs a little bit of glue around where I've already glued it so that it definitely sticks together. So that it sticks together nice and hard. Back to content momentarily. I've been using this Tamiya fucking cement thing. Super thin, very quick drying. I had the container of it open close by to my nose last night when I was gluing, and I think I got a little high off of it. So whatever the fuck they put in that glue, that is some I just fucking dropped the mini. I just finished gluing it and I dropped it on the floor, and now if I move my desk, if I move my chair, I can crush it. Fuck me. Hold on. This is going to require precision. Fucking hate my life. How the fuck have I dropped it on the floor? Hold on, I need to be very, very careful here. Yeah, well, it's somewhere on the floor, chat. I don't know where, but it's somewhere on the floor. Chido, thank you for the link. I will open it in a sec. I've got a bit of a situation here, mate. Bit of a situation, very unpleasant. How the fuck is it possible? I've got a carpeted floor, I dropped the mini on the floor, and it's just gone. Just completely gone, fucking disappeared. Okay, so good news, bad news. Didn't disappear. Turns out it went under my leg, and I might have, a little bit, sat on it. So now I'm going to have to glue it once again. I haven't broken anything, luckily, but fucking rough out here. Fucking rough out here. This is genuinely tragic. Like, I have never fucked up the gluing of a single mini this many times. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong at this point, you know what I mean? It's just... Fuck me. Just like, fuck me sideways, man.
Right? So when you say Trump needs to hire loyal people, he's not going to get the most efficient workers. You can't hire for loyalty and competency at the same time. This is something that actually... This is something that, in my opinion, right wingers understand more than left wingers, because right wingers, the more intelligent ones.
Hold on. Do you think that Dr. Goebbels was intelligent?
Who? What?
Do you think Dr. Goebbels was intelligent?
Dr. Goebbels?
Yeah, the propaganda minister from the Nazis. Do you think that he maybe was like one of the most influential all time in regard to propaganda? It was extremely effective. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Was he hired and put into his position for that ability or solely, or was it because of also his loyalty?
Yes, it was also his loyalty. Yes.
So yeah, so you can be both, correct?
You can be both, but most people aren't
Okay,
going to
so
be.
you're holding him up
Goebbels.
as a example of a
I'm just using. I know that. I'm using this as an example.
Are you saying that Goebbels?
I actually think it's very, very appropriate that he's bringing up fucking Nazi Germany into the conversation. You know? Like, why not? Why not bring Nazi Germany into the conversation? When back in the VOD you were talking about Tiny, why not jump in a voice chat with him? Wouldn't be opposed to doing that. He's not going to talk about the ongoing court case, though, with details to the court case, is he? I also don't know how much interest he's going to have talking to a glup shito like me. The third issue that I would be worried about is the fact that it looks like if people talk about him a little bit too much, his people get very dox happy.
Nazis, bro. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I'm
the
gonna
whole
make
point.
I'm gonna make a little bit more.
Nazis.
I'm gonna make a little bit of money. Then I'm gonna give it to Joe. Joe's been trying to get in here. Joe's been very, very good. And we're gonna give it to Joe as soon as I read this super chat. It's $20 from No Fucking Way to say Ice Beans bringing the signature woman approach, sign language, shame, insult, guilt need to be right. Soy Pill.
Oh hell yeah!
As a centrist,
You know his
how can you help
Who are those super chatters?
other plebes like me trust the institutions? And then,
As a centrist, I mean, you can just point to the history of all the accomplishments they had. Look what happens when they're gutted and they're mistrusted. You can look at like what Doge did and say, hey, this is how the effects of our country are going to be felt for the next 30 years because dipshits in office think that the DOE is bad because they pushed DEI at one point, and show that like now we're just going to have disabled people like unable to get sufficient schooling. We're going to have like a complete disconnect between states and like federal government on like how education policy should work. You just have to point at the material effects that the Trump admin and all these other like dipshit populist tear down the institution people are doing and say, look, it just doesn't work empirically. But yeah, I mean, I agree with Dev when he was like, it is education. You can use populism, like I said, to do good things. But if you people don't understand what the consequences of some of these policies are, they're not going to learn and not repeat them. Case in point, Gibbs. So
Can I also?
No,
I also
no,
want
no,
to follow
not
up.
yet.
Wait, I want to finish a follow up on what Soy
is
Pill
it
was saying.
brief? Because Joe's trying.
Also, why is Beans not allowed to respond when the super chatter is specifically talking to, like, at Beans? You know what I mean?
Joe's trying. He's being
Oh,
good.
okay.
So I've muted myself instead of talking to you. That one's a classic one. Can you give a single example of them doxing anybody? Dan quite explicitly threatened a Twitch staffer with doxing if that Twitch staffer doesn't comply with his instructions. I think what's happening with Queeman and with JStock is quite telling. Obviously, I don't know the full law there. There's probably shitloads that's happening that I'm not aware of, but I'd be very weary of the fact that they seem to it seems to have gotten very personal with these people, with a lot of doxers flying about. Oh, sorry, let me check that out, Chido. Yappa be yappin', yeah, she do be like that. Okay, so, hold on. Paste and go. Shoe on head. SFO is in my Discord. SFO, I'm guessing, is the Devo guy. SFO is in my Discord server, and it makes me not want to fucking go there. I feel so bad for all of them, but like this dude is getting so weird that he's just sitting in my Discord server that you have to pay for. I am dreading talking to him again. I need to tell my mods to kick him or something, or I'll do it myself. I don't know. I missed them, but I also don't want to face this man. What happened here? What is the... I am so curious.
No, well, okay, no. I mean, okay.
It's not brief. Then we're gonna give it to Joe. Hold on to it.
No, it's not going to come back to me. That's my point. The point is it's not just, and these things have been happening for a very long time. Some of our institutions, the cracks in some of our institutions have been laid out for a very long time. The whole point is to get you to lose trust in those institutions and then break them entirely, and then thereafter point at them and say, they don't work. Why should you trust them? We should get rid of them. Case in point, the USPS. Classic example of an agency that has been kneecapped at several points in our history. And now you have Trump coming along at the 11th hour, and he says they need to go. Trump is not necessarily the problem. I think you should look at these things when you're looking at distrust in an institution. Look at its history too. That's all I'll say.
Okay, Joe.
All right, Gibbs. Let's get it. So,
Jesus, sometimes the cement works brilliantly and sometimes it doesn't work at all. It's got to be the way how I apply it, right? There's got to be something wrong with the way specifically how I'm using it. Because there's no shot that sometimes I just put two pieces together and it's like it's like liquid glue. And sometimes it just doesn't do shit.
Inequality equals oppression?
No.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you. So now that that's the floor, I'm asking you like 2 or 3 questions. Is that all right?
Sure.
I'm building an organization, and in my organization, I say I only want Black people because I believe only Black people are going to be loyal to the interests and different dynamics for my cause. Is that an inequality?
Is it a private organization, or is my tax dollars paying for it? Because if it's private, then go ahead. Do whatever you want.
Let's say my tax dollars are paying for it.
Then, fuck that. I don't want my tax dollars going to any kind of organization where it's like, just one mono group, I guess.
Or it's
so
racist.
Why is that
I don't want to go to the Klan. I don't want the money to go all to the Klan either.
If I'm the president of the United States and I'm going to say my entire cabinet is going to consist of Black people because I have a Black agenda and I only believe that Black people will be able
Okay, shithouse fuck chat. It is 16 minutes past midnight. Enjoyable as this was, and it was very enjoyable, I have work tomorrow. So what I will do is I'll call it a night here. I will be back with you tomorrow, right? Because we're doing Thursday, Friday streams now. If you have any questions, anything you would like for me to cover, hold on. If I switch to this, how bad is it going to be? It's not going to be bad at all. Look at that. I can actually do the streaming thing once and for all. I'm going to put this to the side. I'm going to get my keyboard back in here. We will finish this tomorrow, Beans. Well, I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, because to be fair, this is quite retarded. Obviously, if you enjoy the content, here is a link to my Discord. Feel free to jump on in there. If you have any questions, any debates, you want to do any call-ins, you have any points of disagreements, that is always welcome. In the meantime, I shall be heading to bed. Thank you all for watching. First of all, who can we raid? Raid Papamut? Who is this? Do you know what? I don't know who this is, but why not? All right. Again, thank you all for being here. Good night. Sleep tight. I will talk to you very, very soon. Behave yourselves as well. This is a new person that we're raiding, so if you're weird, I'll fucking ban you, okay? Night-night.